live. So it goes. Ooh, got to tidy up a bit. Oh, Davey's talking. Hang on 2 seconds. How about that? Just telling Davey I'm going live. So, this stream. This is about... Hi, NFJ. Oh, this might interest you. So I've told everyone that I've done lots of videos and haven't put them out. And that's because the poem hints that I should do these videos. But I always felt that it was too much information, or it would cause, a bit of upset within the community with regard to some of the information that it was portraying, and that would, that's not what I think is good for the chase. But this information, I feel that I should. So it didn't really matter if I put the other information out or not, timescale wise. But this information does, and it's before the event takes place, and I don't know why I was asked to tell everyone this. But I'm sure by now you've probably seen that there's a video upcoming on the 15th of January. And it says that Treasure Hunting Tales are doing a video interview with Peter WRIGHT, the host of Missed Fortune, January 2024. So that's what I'm doing, even though the information is out on, if you want to find Forrest Fenn and put in Forrest Fenn today, that video is on there, but it won't be screened until the 15th of January. But for some reason, the information in the poem says that I should tell everyone, even though you will know because you'll see it on there. And this goes along with all the information that's been in the chase. So the other day, Ben was frustrated with Indy in regard to the information that she gave about the security person on the Trump detail. And I know that that's 100% fact, that what Indy's saying, because it's in the poem, and Forrest tells me that he's being honest when he says the person in the Trump security detail is the 200-footer. I'm being honest. There's a lot of stuff. It also adds to the doctor. So how it went from the security detail to the doctor. So I knew that Indy was telling the truth when Ben was saying, Forrest would not be that specific. The fact is, no, precise. The fact is, Forrest has been precise all through this. He was giving us the information, to the letter information, that is in the poem. And the information that he gave would come out through whoever it was. Hey, Davey, how you doing? Ta-da. Remember, FF knew how you play. Think you're good. Yeah. Hi, Zozo. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Hey, who farted? Hello. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah, I was talking to David before I came on live. I did a video. It was a long video, and I was showing, this information, this factual information. While everything is not as it seems, the information is factual, even if it's not real. Even if it's not taking place real time, real events, the information that is talked about is real information. You can find it, and you can find the person on the Trump security detail who is the 200-footer and Forrest was statement, even if it never happened. The statement itself exists in the real world. So whilst the whole chase, Forrest has talked about fake, 100% talked about fake, and said that no salesman undersold the product, but he did. I'm trying to be careful about what I say. So he said he would, if it reached 10 million, he would go and get it. There is no way. I've said all these things before, but nobody seems to listen. There is no way that he would go and get it, because it would never reach 10 million. Not in his lifetime. He was 79 or 80 when he hit it. It was never going to reach 10 million. Everybody that is chomping at the bit about they solved a poem that involves a chest, you're not thinking straight. The chest can't be the law, the lure, and the thing that you think that you've found and solved and got. Can't be both things. So if it is the lure, and you 20, 30, 40, 50 people who say you have the solve found that chest, then great, you all found a chest, and there's 50 chests out there, but it doesn't solve the poem. It's not what Forrest is going to make happen. It's not this amazing thing that is taking place. And it's not about one person being wealthy. Forrest tried to find a way to let everybody win, not one person. And you do him an injustice when you think that you solved his poem and he just tried to help one person. I don't get it. Hey, what upcoming video interview, Marianne? Peter Frick Wright. It's on, if you type in Forrest Fenn, today it'll come up. And this interview, I have an idea of what it's about, but I have no knowledge of the interview of the video, Peter Frick Wright, other than what's in the poem. And what this will be about, well, I know what it'll be about, but not the nitty-gritty facts that it's going to talk about. And I was talking to Davey, and it's a long video, but I would not be true to Forrest if I didn't put the information out that it says put out. The thing is, the information is negative to most people in the chase, but it talks about most people in the chase. And I've already said all of these things, and I've been as correct as I can. Everybody is right, but I can't agree with their answers. Not because I don't agree with their answers, because I don't know if their answers are correct, but I do know what it says in the poem, and the poem was written by Forrest. So I can't pick and choose what I want to believe in the poem. So I have to go with Forrest wrote the poem. The poem is all you need. The poem must be right. So therefore, what the poem says is correct. And the video, I use Five-Leaf in the video, but it could be anybody. Could be Troy, could be Street, could be Trusted. You know, you're all in the same place. But one version of the poem is basically, you know, Five-Leaf must be shown this in order, etc., etc., etc. Then it goes on to say that the cipher is not the answer to my poem. That's pretty specific. And that can be done for most people who say they have a soul. And you could follow the information for those people. So this information, not being negative to it, well, I don't know if it's going to be negative to anyone because I don't know what the video is about. I know that it's about a searcher going searching and some interviews with, you know, that searcher and Forrest Fenn. And that will happen. It will happen. You know, it's not something that I found in the poem and, you know, I can leave to, you know, it might or might not happen, or they may or may not be right or correct. This is going to happen. It basically says, tell everyone we'll be streaming January 2024 for all to see. So everyone's going to see it if they choose to watch it. I don't know if it's been planned ahead of time to get as many people to watch it, you know, that I don't know. But I do know that it does say, you know, tell everyone. So I'm telling everyone. And like I say, there's other stuff in the poem that Forrest may or may not have asked me or whoever the finder is or the solver to put out there, just like everybody's been putting out information. But that specific information, that precise information that Indy gave, was correct at the time, and it's correct now. And I know that it's correct because it says it in the poem. That Forrest gave that information about the security person on the Trump detail is a 200-footer. And like I say, that might not be a real event. There may be no such person who is on the Trump security detail. But that information is available in the poem. And Indy is correct in her statement. But the statement also intertwines with the doctor. Find the doctor, find the treasure. None of this, you know, people fighting about the soul is important. It's important to know what's worth knowing and what isn't. Forrest has done something. Forrest is doing something. Forrest will do something. That is guaranteed. And it has nothing to do with any of us in regards to finding a chest in the Rocky Mountains. Nothing. And the big picture is what this is all about. I'm missing chat. Hi, Lily. There you go. It's getting a bit serious because, you know, I did want to put the stuff out. I did a video. It was a long video, and it seemed like I was trying to tell people to suck eggs. But I did not want to do something because, you know, looking at the poem, it says, I am going to do these things, even though it says shut up on the video. So finding the information is one thing, and then dispersing it to people, you know, is another matter, because this could all be bias. This could all be my imagination running away with me and making me believe certain things. I absolutely 100% don't believe that, but that is what some people will think, and that's okay. Behind all of this, right or wrong, if we're correct, it doesn't matter. All you need to remember is Forrest tried to find a way for everyone to win. It doesn't mean this chase community. It means everyone. Everyone. And Forrest didn't do this for one person to be rich. So it boils down to, if you don't have where warm waters halt, you have nothing. Nothing. And anybody who does have a where warm waters halt, if that poem did not tell them, if it did not tell them, everything they have is an assumption on their part, a belief that was given to them potentially by Forrest Fenn for their own gratification. However their mind would think, that would be the solve that they would find. And I know it seems like I'm picking on Troy, but I'm just telling you, this is how it was. If you believe that Forrest gave you the solve, he gave you the solve. He gave you it, and hoped that you would take it on board and find the answer that belongs to that solve. Because it's a fail if you don't. If he's giving you a solve to work out, and you follow it through the end and end up where you should end up, that's a win. But if he gave you a solve and you didn't get to where you should have been, then obviously it's a fail. So there were lots of solves that were possible. But this was much bigger than the chest. And that statement, when it gets to 10 million, should have told you that. And that statement, if you don't have begin at where warm waters halt, you have nothing, should have told you that unless you find the map or make the map or understand the map, you don't know why anything's been said. And it causes all of this animosity, double dealing, shenanigans, backbiting, because you want to be the one that has whatever it is that's on offer. But no one was ever going to get the chest. It wasn't up for grabs. There might have been an empty chest. Stay in Montana. They're good words, but it doesn't mean stay in the place Montana. It's a word, Montana, that's important. Now, Montana might be the place where the treasure is, but I think the word Montana is more important than the place Montana. And Forrest was not trying to get anybody away from anything. He was trying to lead people to it. You just have to understand that elbow room is a hint. And the poem Elbow Room is a hint. And it's in the book. And, going across the Madison to the Flat Island and going to Totem Cafe, it's all truthful, fake information. But it's not meant to deceive anyone. It is part of the story that will be revealed. And it's part of the answers that will be revealed. And Forrest did everything he could to protect the finder. But he did everything he could to help the finder, because he said, this is to aid the finder, not the seeker. So if you haven't found anything that you believe Forrest is giving you as an aid, then maybe you're not the solver. So all of this, the reason why I'm doing this is because it's hard to ignore the fact that there's information in the poem that says, tell people that this video is going to be streamed in January 2024. Just like, the gold in the office, far too soon from Pam, K-Pro's video. It was all preordained. Forrest knew that these things were going to happen. Hey, if the original never left his possession, he would need to go get it. Yeah, we talked about that word, the revocable and the irrevocable trust. So one being dead and one being alive. Hi, Tigger. How you doing? It's good to read you. Hi, Lulu. again. Wow, you've done a lot of talking, haven't you? Hang on. Let me do this before I can. Yeah, no one's going to get that originally. All the talk of Justin and that is just, I don't know, just passing time, I suppose. But no one's going to get it. I don't know what you were looking for, because Forrest said it's going to be donated or given back to wherever. So, maybe you found an empty chest. Another thing he said was, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. Again, he says, you ain't getting the chest. The chest is irrelevant, has nothing to do with anything other than it was the lure to do this. I can see clinks and wows and all stuff going. So, I'm just saying hi. Hi, Tigger. Word. Hello. So, I think all as well. What's going down in this? Hi, Trusted. How's it going? Yeah, Trusted is in there as well. Same place. What is that? Wow. With biscuits, yum. Chili. Biscuits. Yeah, your biscuits and it's probably different than the biscuits I'm thinking of. Mustard. Hello, Richard. How you doing? Good to see you. Read you. See the waving hand. So correct, Mario. I don't know what that was for. That was probably ages ago. Yeah, my son made us chili this week. You lucky man. Love chili. The big reveal. Ooh, no big reveal. Oh, you mean that video? Yeah, that could be the big reveal. About Searcher in Yellowstone and interviews with Forrest. Interesting. About chili today. Took home boat freeze today. Yes, the clink of the range. Sounds good. He used dice steak and the Texas recipe. I had to freeze something on chili free far. If you don't change course soon, you'll end up where you're going. Not going to Idaho. Hey ho. There's a steak chili water. I think I've caught up now. So all I'm trying to say is Forrest did this. I don't know how. This can't think of a really good word, to be honest, but amazing thing, and asked us to join in that passion, that adventure, asked us to get off the game machines and out into nature, etc., etc. But behind all of the information, what happened was we changed it to suit ourselves, and the information lost is important information, such as it was so many chains and links north of Santa Fe. Important information that was pushed to the side in favor of 8.25 miles. You have to ask yourself, why did Forrest say chains and links? Why was that the information that he chose to give instead of just the distance? And most people said, well, he was just trying to hide how far it was. But that is such a lazy statement to make, because it wouldn't take too long before people will work out how far that was. And it wouldn't take too long for it to be in the mainstream of information that the chase had. So rather than ignoring that information, you should highlight it and think about why Forrest did it. And that goes throughout the whole chase. The information that Forrest was given was important information. Even if you didn't understand it, it was important to what Forrest was doing or trying to say to you or us. It was a kicker, not sure. It's for Russian North. I feel the freight trains next door. It used to be around town. Yeah, that is a good one. Bobcats wielding wrenches. It really is good to see you or hear you or read you Absolutely. One of the saner people in the chase. True that. Don't know what that is. See, even that, the Katy Railroad, the train wreck, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's souls there. There's souls to do with the fires that was at the AN. There is a soul for everywhere that your mind wants you to find a soul. WRIGHT, yeah. Missing a letter. Not trusted Richard Lily. Hello, trusted Lily. I can't remember yesterday, let alone when I was a child. So I said to Davey that I'm of the opinion now that there are people that we thought knew what was going on, probably don't know what's going on. If they can, you know, argue about the chase or assume that they're the solver or call people out for information that was given. At the time that Indy gave the information, it was stated that it was a security person. And then as the chase went on, it changed to the doctor. But either piece of information is available in the poem. So if that's the case, it's either a freaky coincidence or Forrest found a way to get all this information in there and found a way to hide the rest. Yeah, I think I've just got over one, so I don't want it again. Doesn't go through the computer, does it? I caught a fainting glimpse. Some of you people are always sick. I thought you were saying you were sick the other day, Tigger. I reckon I rarely get sick, but when I do, I'm yeah, I'm damaged. Since I was born in a manger, I think hospitals are much better. Well, some people probably disagree that you know hospitals nowadays aren't that good. I thought you were going to do the when I was just a little girl, my mother said to me. I've had managers, but no mangers. So I was watching Bear and Ben, and it seemed just like the chase that people were trying to find their information in that stoof.com thing, not information. So Ben talked about the shoot, the glasses, ticket, you know, those sort of things, and then ignored a couple of hundred other things that are in there. So surely that information has to tell you everything about everything, or one thing about one thing. So if it's only one thing about one thing, what's all the other stuff in there for? So people are just latching on to what information relates to them and forgetting everything else. To me, that doesn't make sense. All of the information is important. I mean, it's changed now. There's a clown doll and a fishing boat, which looks like the clowns are going fishing, but there's someone missing. There's an important character missing out of all of this. And nothing's going to be known until that person is found, or until that person I don't know if people know what Davy B think that we know enough about the solve, if we're correct. But I feel we know, or have known, definitely 2008 onwards. And then, conjecture, hearsay, deductions before then. And we could potentially talk about 2025 and a way to know if we're correct. Now, we could be wrong as everybody else, and there is no solver, and Forrest did this to do what he wanted to do, to make this thing happen, to find a way where everybody could win. And that's all right with me. And I said to David, there are things that I wanted to do, but I've held off because I don't really want to, screw things up if we're correct. Because this was not about the solver, the finder, the person searching, the person who wants $1 million worth of gold or whatever. This was about one man doing the, I don't know. It's not doing the work of a president. It's more than that. It's doing the work of, I don't know. It's just one man doing the whole world's work. It's just crazy. As I've gone lonely now, I'm way past stuff now. Oh, I have bad blood. My blood's too thick. Goodbye, blue sky. Dragon train. But, were there cows and chickens? I can't believe you're kidding. He's the same birth and manger as Jesus. Both mangers are okay. Oh, that ruins that then, doesn't it? Yeah, DB Cooper, maybe Northwest, Orient, became Delta, blah, blah. Maybe that's the information that we're looking at there, but today I looked up in the sky, I've got alone. Yeah, that the clump of a boot is important, and knowledge without the D. And Forrest said it's fun out that he's the only one that knows what he's saying. And I don't know if Redneck looked it up, but I think he was trying to say something in that K-Pro interview, and then he stopped himself and told everyone that it was in his head. It wasn't written down anywhere. But I think he was going to say he's the only one that knows, but then thought that somebody else may know something about something, because something ends the chase. So he said it's not written down anywhere, it's in my head. And to be perfectly honest, it doesn't need to be written down as regards to his chase. But I do believe something is written down, and I believe that's written in stone. That ain't never going to change. And that's there's a secret of that place. It came back and it changed my life, and there was an X in the person's name. What if that person was Devrel or something? The chase has secrets, but Forrest said there are no secrets. They're just stories that haven't been told. And what everybody was missing was important to the story. So if you could find what was important to the story, it may help you. So the special spot that Forrest was talking about is important to the story. And it's important to the story, and it's the reason why it's his special spot. So if you know that, then you know why two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. And if you know that, you can work, you begin at where warm waters halt, and you can understand all of those things. But if you're trying to solve the poem just for a chest, then that's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to get. You're going to get a chest. If you're trying to solve the poem to understand the chest is just the lure, so there's something else, then you may or may not get the answer that you look for. If you're trying to solve the poem looking for Forrest and listening to Forrest, then it's possible, and could still be wrong, it's possible to understand everything that's been done, and who's behind the curtain, who is the wizard, who is Toto, who's the Wicked Witch of the West, who's the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, the Lion. Or at least you can put names to those, not faces, the people involved in the chase. Forrest might not have done it like that, but if you're trying to look for the wizard, then Forrest is the wizard. And you would have to say that maybe the solver is Toto, only because he finds the wizard. That's how the wizard is revealed. And then there are people, one looking for knowledge, one hoping to be brave and in the wood maybe, and one looking for a heart. Now, in the chase, we see these people. But to be a full person, you need all of those things. You're no good without the heart if you have the knowledge. You're no good having the courage. Courage alone won't get you anything. Maybe shot. But so as a full person, Street says that it was in you all along. But it was one thing that was in one person. So to say that it was in you all along just means that you're only getting the one thing. But as a trinity, there's three things. Then you have the whole package. People ignore the fact that in the poem it says, if you're brave and in the wood. And yet Forrest says it's in a safe place. My best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. Warm is comfortable. There's information that you should be able to try and put together to have the catalyst. This is all about the catalyst. This is about, once you get all those things, it's takeoff. And it's difficult to stop then. Sky's the limit, as it were. So that's what this is about. This is about more than just a chest. This is about more than being the one thing that you think is important. This is about everything being important. And just having knowledge doesn't help, and just being brave doesn't help, and just having the heart doesn't help. Or you have to have all of it. You have to be brave. You have to be caring, and you have to be understanding, and you have to have that knowledge. And you need all of it. And being braving in the wood could be braving in the park. Why can't it be braving in the park? Wood is park. If you are doing something in Yellowstone, if it was in Yellowstone, then you would absolutely 100% need to be brave. If you're doing anything in Yellowstone or any park, but you would have to be brave, and it would explain why you have to be brave. And in the park or a park, as opposed to rafting down white water and abseiling cliffs and that. Not that sort of brave. The information in the poem is, somebody asked the other day about one person, deciphering the information in the poem. That's impossible for one person to do, because I can tell you now, the stuff that Tim does is enough for Tim, and the stuff that Colitis does is enough for Colitis, and the stuff that Queen did is enough for Queen, and the stuff that I did is enough for me. But Forrest did it for everybody. Fively found answers in there, but it says that those answers aren't the answers to the poem. But Fively found them. So were they put in there? Absolutely. Troy found answers in that poem. Tim found answers in that poem. Dave Man from the East found answers in that poem. I don't know how Street found his answers, but we'll say that he found them in the poem. Trusted found the answers in the poem. And you could go on. And there were different answers, but they were found in the poem. So if Forrest put all those different answers in the poem, must have known them. And he must have expected someone else to be able to tell him those answers. The thing is, those answers are easy to find. Now, don't say that, excuse me. I don't say that easy to find because, it takes a couple of minutes. I say it's easy to find compared to difficult, but not impossible. Because overall, you had to understand all of those souls. You had to understand all of them. And you had to be able to say, if I was doing those souls, that they were incorrect. And that's what I did. I did those souls. Because Forrest said, blah, 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 won't lead to the treasure, but they are offered as positive solutions. So a positive solution is a solution that is a yes, definite yes. There's a reason why they're positive. So you have to try and understand why they were positive. Now, if it's not going to lead to the treasure, it has to lead you to something. There's two different things. Again, people just overlook the fact that there's two different things. There's two different things. One of these things, out of all those that he mentioned, have positive solutions. But they won't lead you to the treasure. So if you have a cipher that is a positive solution, it will lead you to something that has a positive outcome. But it won't lead you to the treasure. So there's two things that are being talked about. Something that will give you a positive solution and something that will lead to the treasure. So the best way of trying to find the treasure is work out all the things that Forrest said was a positive solution and do something different. Because if you're going to do any one of those things, it's not going to lead you to the treasure. It's going to be a positive solution, but it's not going to lead you to the treasure. And Forrest did that with lots of things. He made lots of statements that said, no, that's wrong. Don't bother doing that. Nobody picked up on it or, changed their solve. But that's exactly what's happening. If Forrest says to you the chest is wet, I know the chest is wet because it's wet in the Rocky Mountains. It doesn't matter where you put it, it's going to be wet. That's telling you it's wet. It's not, a subterfuge. That is telling you the chest is wet. So your solve has to have some part of it where it could be wet. It could be wet. Forrest is not lying when he makes that statement. I know the chest is wet. It says it in the poem as well. But people ignore those things and say that their solve is correct. And I disagree with their solve because I see what they're saying. Forrest said the chest should be wet, and your chest is definitely not wet. Now, there's no water there. And the statement, so I don't know what I put out and what I haven't put out, but the statement, just heavy loads and water high, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for just heavy loads and water high. It was in the video that I did just now, but I might have done it before, I don't know. But you're looking for just heavy loads and water high. That's what you're looking for. Because if you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. So you're doing your little trek and it said, there'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. So at that point, there's heavy loads and water high at that point. So then look down and see just heavy loads and water high. Then you have to understand the map. But that's important to the solve. Just heavy loads and water high is where you should be when you see the blaze. It's exactly what you should see when you have the blaze. But you have to move from that point. Not move from that point. That's the wrong way of saying it. You have to understand where you are at that point. And maybe you know it for the first time. Because you begin it where warm waters halt. And take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. And you put in below the home of Brown. But why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? Because if you know the home of Brown, you can go right straight to it. So therefore, anything that's written after the home of Brown is irrelevant in the sense that you should know where you are, but you didn't. But you do when you're at heavy loads and water high and realize that that is the blaze. Because if you've gone past the first two clues, you've gone past the chest. So you need to have the first two clues to understand the next 7 that you went past. To know the place for the first time. To understand why the little girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues. And if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Why are you worried about the blaze? If you know the home of Brown, solve the first 2 clues. It's academic after that. Solve the first 2 clues. You're 50% there, metaphorically speaking. And the list goes on. But you have to know, beginning where warm waters halt, to know just heavy loads and water high. Which is where the blaze is, which you don't need to know, because if you knew the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So the poem is not difficult in that sense, if you're looking for a chest. But the chest is just the lure. And if you stay in Montana, you'll understand what that is about. But just because I say stay in Montana doesn't mean the place Montana. It means the information in the poem that is Montana. And that's in, I've said it in the video, but the video is a long video, and I didn't really want to show people too much of the poem, to be fair, even though it says, you know, this must be shown. I believe Major Forrest Fenn is an amazing individual, and has executed this plan, you know, Forrest told people to stop searching. He didn't say the chase was finished. You know, stop searching for something that's already been found. Most people read the poem as one lap around, but it was more than one lap. And they stopped when they thought they finished the race, but they didn't read the rules. It wasn't once around the track. Forrest said he felt like he was doing circles. Somebody asked, do you find yourself doing a loop? The statement, if I find the treasures, I have to give it to my brother, is in the poem, which could lend to the fact that these questions were already geared to be asked, and the people in there knew what was going on in regard to the thrill of the chase and the poem, not necessarily what the answers were. And each bit of information was to help find the answer. And as the chase progressed, there was more information to more people. But the chase was never going to end, ever. It's not going to end with regard to an empty chest, a full chest, any chest, of any kind. The chest will be donated. And I say that not because I'm the solver, but because Forrest said in his poem, in the interview with K-Pro, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. So Forrest knew, and he wrote the poem, that he was given the chest and the contents back where they needed to go. Whether it's, you know, a museum for it to be seen, this is what it was all about, this is what people thought this was, you know, and then the true story. And there has to be a story, and the story has to be true, because Forrest told us it's the one thing that people are missing. It's important to the story. The treasure is real, the story is real. I was saying to Davey earlier, I think, or yesterday or whatever, in that K-Pro interview, Forrest said that that person who found his piece of plane was from back east. Said that in that interview. And then when the treasure is found, it was a person from back east. Now, I'm not saying it's the same person, but I'm saying those words were used in 2019. And we have a similar scenario where he went there for Forrest's treasure plane. We couldn't find it, so they had to search for it, which is a bit like what Jack did. He went there, he couldn't find it, but he had to search for it. Then he found it. And that was in the 2019 interview that he tells us specifically, this person is from back east. The guy who found his plane, who gave him a piece that was now important to him. And then less than a year later, we have another person from back east who searched and didn't find, but then found and gave it to Forrest. Now, it's not the same person, obviously. And I'm not saying that Forrest is saying that this person, this Australian person who found his plane after searching and handing it to Forrest, is the same as Jack Stoof. But the story is the same. The story is exactly the same. So was that a precursor to what was going to happen? It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing it out because it's funny that people don't notice what Forrest says. The important thing is there is a way to know. There is a way to know. That's factual. There is a way to know. But he's leaving that for the finder. Well, the finder, according to the Medium article, is the author. So if Forrest is leaving it for the finder, whoever the author is, he's leaving it for him. And he doesn't want to make stipulations after the fact. But if it's up to the finder, and the finder is whoever wrote the article, then that person who wrote the article, it's up to them what happens. And Forrest was going to protect that person, that shy guy from the East. He was going to protect him. Or her. So there's information that Forrest gives that could tell you the answers. And Forrest says, I will take it to my grave. I won't tell anyone. And yet he has told everybody what the answers are. It's similar to, I think I know what the answers are, and I've been telling people what I think the answers without telling them. But if you're out there and you know the answers, you know that I know the answers from the inception to 2025. What I think is the answers may be incorrect. It may be incorrect. And I mean, me and Davey. I should just say we all the time, shouldn't I? But it's stupid. So we know the inception, not the conception, but the inception. And 2025. That doesn't mean to say that Forrest's hold card will not be played. And if that is the case, you better duck quick. Because it is going to be such a slap in the face. And there is nowhere to hide. There is nowhere to run. You play whether you like it or not. That is the effect that this will have. In our opinion. So, in the poem it says, tell people that they are not correct. And, list those people. It says, tell people about the gold in the office, the walking along the Madison to the Flat Island, the Far Too Soon by Ryan Bavetta, and, other stuff that I've talked about, and stuff that I haven't talked about. Street stuff, when we went on Street Show. But Street is not the only one in the poem, and is not the only information that I should, or the solver, or the finder, or whoever could read the poem should give out, if we're correct. But in all of this, in all of it, if you don't have warm water salt, no. If you don't have the map, no. And if you don't know who Forrest Fenn is, no. Forrest didn't say those things for nothing. Forrest didn't have that interview with Lorraine Mills for nothing. But he said I hope they never find out. Who is the real Forrest Fenn? I hope no one ever finds out. There's a way to know. What's the way to know? Well, I could show you, but if I showed you, I would have to kill you. Wu Kane has been putting those videos out, you know, and I find them very interesting. Not because they're very interesting, because I found them very interesting before, but because Wu Kane is putting them out. And that makes me wonder who Wu Kane could possibly be. And Wu is wood without a D. So knowledge without a D. That's interesting. So whoever this person is putting out important videos that could help you hone in on a salesman underselling the product. Now, Forrest said no salesman undersells the product, and yet he did. He said this was only worth, you know, a chest in the Rocky Mountains. And he made us, you know, want that undersold product. He made us want that and still want it. Even now, people still want that undersold product instead of what this is really about. I haven't read none of this other. Bear, Kibosh, Benz, DB. Yeah. Like I say, if it was all about DB Cooper, then there would only be DB Cooper stuff in stoof.com. Now, DB Cooper plays a part in the chase, but it's not, you know, it could never be that. Forrest would never be able to keep the money. His family would never be able to keep the money. It would all be taken off them if that was the case. So Forrest wouldn't put that out there to be found if it was real, or even if it was possibly real, or even if it was Skippy, because then his family would suffer. So whilst it's a good story and Forrest is attributed to that, I'm glad he hasn't lived to be attributed to it. Even though he has been attributed to it, I'm glad it hasn't been proven correct, because then he would be in a whole heap of trouble. Today I looked up in the, alone in there. Oh no, mine was much more tea. That's Ruth. I don't know what that was. A lot of what? Can't say that, Richard. Are you looking in Paul's hot tub? Intruder alert, intruder alert. Warning, Will Robinson. Camel turgid. Blue Sky stock sale laws. No selling of dreams in the formal stock. Nothing but blue sky. That's a very good song there. Why is this computer? It's not moving. There we go. Moved. By the way, and if this is located in a non-bear habitat, Forrest said he was leading us to the bears. Then he had a bull. Then he had a bug, or bugs, with the relatives turning up. House of Brown. A doobie. Doobie-doo. Zozo's talking about his Phillipsburg, Montana. John Foster, Sam Bob Brown, owner of Spurs. Yep, can't fault none of them. Can't fault any of that information. Got milk, will travel. Love that. Richard Redford. There are 2 maps which work at multiple locations. You have to figure out how to get the maps. That's part of the solve. I'm not good. Well, how do I take that? Yeah, 2 maps. There are 2 maps. Yep. Well, they're of different places. 2 maps of different places. but leading to the same spot, if that makes sense. So you can agree to say it's in Wyoming if you know both maps and overlay them, meld them, do something with them, whatever. 27 people in here. What the? This wasn't going to be long, and it has, isn't it? Umbilical. Umbilical. You may have found a location. Go check it out. I think Zozo knew that location a long time ago. Go straight. I think. School. I can't remember Zozo. I can't remember. The school of something or other there in the tower. Go straight out your back door. No one going to beat anyone to it. Forrest says stop. Yeah, he did say stop looking. Found the place I wanted to die. You're not going to get the treasure unless you get the spot. So you have to get the spot before you get the treasure. And the spot is special to Forrest. You may have found... Oh, that same bit. I am not financially able. Wife died a few years ago. Almost had to sell my home, etc. Want to go for me, Evan? Go on, Evan. That sucks. I hope you're able to go check it out. See, my thoughts, and possibly David B's are as well, is the chest has to be somewhere where you won't go. Has to be. Has to be. Because no matter where it is, on whatever land it is, someone is going to stumble on it. 100%. If it's on private property, at some point, whoever lives on that private property will stumble on it. If it's out in the wilderness, at some point, somebody will stumble on it. They will stumble on it. Even if they're not treasure hunters, they will stumble on it. Even if it's off trail, they will stumble on it. It's possible to stumble on. And Forrest said categorically, nobody, no one, ever, nobody is going to stumble on that chest because he knows no one's going to be going there. No one. Not walking the dog, not digging up a garden, not doing anything. No one is going to stumble on it. So it doesn't matter where your solve is. No one's going to stumble on it. So if someone's going to stumble on it, if it's possible that somebody someday could just be in that area, they're going to stumble on it. I have to get my spot, but after that I'll go to your spot for you and we split it. Yeah, that sounds a bit like Forrest. No, I am patient enough to wait until someone else jumps. That can be you. The chase was never just about the chest. Absolutely. What? Never just about the chest. The chest becomes important because it's part of the chase. So that makes it important. And that makes the story worth telling. The fact that there was a chest, but it was this. So the chest is important, but it's not important for somebody to have. It's important for everybody to see. Deja vu. Deja vu? That is the issue. I think it is already signed off to the true solver, not Jack Bill. I am in MT. It's your spot near all far. But was he wrong? Zozo, you moved. How do you know? How? You can't see him. No, I'm joking. Evan, your last is a true statement in all aspects. It is about an evolution of humanity, a realization of self globally. This is a momentous event. Yeah, I got that it was evolution. Yes, evolution Possibly, yes. I don't like to say evolution because I don't believe in the Darwin stuff. That Darwin stuff is worse than the 9 Mile Hole stuff. It's information about something, but it's not the real thing. You do not, well, all right, you might do, but I don't get how an amoeba or a fish changes bones and everything, turns into a bird or an elephant. I don't get how that evolution takes place. Think of how many years. Then you have the missing link that you need to worry about. And then you have the fact that the fish that walked on land changed into a dog, a cat, an elephant, a zebra, a giraffe, a hippopotamus, and all other stuff. It's really diverse, that is. So evolution is about adapting to an environment, and then the strongest survive, and etc., etc., etc. And yet it's so diverse. So how does the strong survive if everything survived? The reason that animals die off is because the habitat changes, not because they evolve to the habitat. Its potential. No, I can't see a fish being a bird, and I can't see a bird being a whale, and I can't see a bird being a giraffe. I just don't see it. Excuse me. Still in Albuquerque. There are 9 clues in the poem. Well, there are more than 9 clues in the poem. Forrest has 9 clues that he wanted to find, but people have found more than 9 clues in the poem. So the poem contains lots of clues according to people's mindset, how they choose to read the clues. They find more than the 9 that Forrest wanted to find. 1 chest. 1 chest. Actually, 11, even 8, A, B, and 9, A, B, give X. There you go, 11. Zozo's got 11. Darwin is a 9. 2 chests, 1 spiritual journey. Yep, we're getting it. There are 9 holes in the poem. That's different than 9 clues. Zozo's already found 11. Drastic could probably find more than that. Bear would find 81. Can you say more about why this is CNN worthy? I could INFJ, but then I'd have to kill you. No. I feel that the answer is coming soon, but it's not dependent on it's dependent on someone, but nobody can affect it until that something takes place. But this is more than just morality. This is world change. If I told you why it's CNN worthy, I'll be giving you the answer. But it will come out bit by bit. It will come out bit by bit. And, within that will be the answer. Interesting, Zozo. I know it's at least 9. Jack got 1, and Midnight Rider is missing my point. Oh, did you get that? Did you understand that? Thanks. Evolution theory. But what I will say is, somebody's talking about why one person has to be responsible. Responsible, not for all the rubbish, but to take the acclaim for what's been achieved. So there may be, I was talking about somebody, would have to be there to explain it all. Not because they're there to take blame or do anything, but only because, somebody needs to be saluted. Evolution theory is an analogy of human life. The sperm enters the canal, finds a way to an egg, then begins splitting into. Yeah, because what came first, the dinosaur or the egg? You can't be a mammal and a fish, but you can be a kangaroo and a human potentially. But I just don't see that happening. I don't see that you're a kangaroo and we evolved into a human being. I don't see that. So the egg, as a chicken lays an egg, what was first? As a snake lays an egg, what was first, the snake or the egg? As an alligator lays an egg, what was first, the alligator or the egg? So these things exist. And Darwin says, well, they evolved from this one thing to this thing. Oh, no. What is the point? Limited clues, lots of hints, and a few aberrations. Hey, Newman, how's it going? Limited clues. Real clues, yeah. Real clues that Forrest gave, but lots of clues that everybody can make up and believe is a clue. Hints in the book and a few aberrations around the edge, absolutely. What is the by the bar? Last time I was at my spot, I was being watched by these three guys. They were staring me down. That was probably, who was I talking about? That was probably the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion. Like, who's going to carry the... Well, yeah, something like that, Golden Key. Somebody has to receive the award. Oh, sorry, RFJ, I didn't want to kill you. To Mario when he read my comment and didn't get it. I don't get most things. I'm not very clever. Hi, Neo. Golden Key, that was my understanding. I would be too, especially in a place where you are unfamiliar. Do you know self-defense? The egg and the sperm cover. Well, it's normally the bloke that comes first, but there you go. Intelligent design, yes. Bit like the chase. See, you can't figure it out until you figure it out. It's designed so well that you can believe anything you want. Angels have always been in my thoughts. If you're asking how am I, good. If you're asking how other people are, then I think they're good as well. Hope so anyway. Digger, the male. Yeah, that's what I said. Well, hanging in there, making moves to help my project along. The egg drops and lays in wait as the sperm goes. I think everybody's saying the same thing. I don't know who that was to. Hi. Greeting from the Northern Rockies. Yeah, it's colder up there. Yeah, somebody said that it was in the western states, the chase, and I thought they were sort of like middle, but obviously more west than I thought. Montana, Wyoming, and that seemed more central to me, but I got that wrong. It does say in this interview that it is in Yellowstone, so that's going to upset a few people. He was a him, he. If Adam and Eve were the first. No, the belly button. See, Adam and Eve can't be the first, because when they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, they ran into these other people. So what? How's that possible? If you're the first two people, God made Adam, then made Eve, kicked him out for being naughty and learning too much. And then outside of Eden, they ran into these people. No, you're not the first then. Neo, from the one torch will light many. Yes, that's well said, Golden Key. Liking that. Although, is that for the forest fire to regenerate, reseed, whatever you call it, can't remember, but that sort of thing? They were not. There you go. You get to move on. Move on, nothing to see here. I'm not great at self-defense, especially against three. I just thought if these guys saw me walking out of the woods with the treasure. What, you think it's still there? Wow. Wow. After what Forrest said. This is a great analogy, isn't it? We're glad you're here, Lily. Happy New Year, 2024. 2024. Woohoo. Greetings from the Laramie Range. Ooh, that was another solve. There was a whiskey solve, whiskey flat solve, not whiskey flats, was it? There was a whiskey solve, anyway, I can remember that. That's in the poem as well. The Utah solve with the hand cart people. There's, I don't know, lots of solves in there. Thanks, it's going to be a good year. Oh, it's going to be a good year. Cool. The second one is there. Or should I say where? Forrest wanted the soul to regenerate. That's the word, regenerate. Regenerate. Yeah, Laramie, where that cowboy with the cigarette stuff. And Laramie is leafy tree or something. That was the dead end in near, is it Hersig? Knots Landing? Not Knots Landing. What's it called? Wood Landing. Woods Landing. Whatever it's called there. Whiskey. Lost your mind. By the way, with my sister's married name is strange. Common name. And the forest will echo with laughter. But if the tree falls, will it make a sound? That's what we need to know. Does it make a sound? Forrest said, people overcooked the poem. People are overlooking New Mexico. People are this, that, and the other. And nobody listens to a word of it. Yeah, Richard leads out. Cue Stairway to Heaven for R.R. Stairways to Heaven. What do you think to Alberti's video? Downtown Houston, we're landing. I don't think it was about the eagle. Nah, not about an eagle, because that's $1, isn't it? Not about the eagle. After he left the forest. Was Led Zepp prophetic? Banned in every strip club. What was? Hey, Alberti. I enjoyed that video you did. Makes me believe that you know something. Okay, I'm out. Nice chat, everyone. Cheers, Evan. Good to read you. Some good statements. Hello. Not. Laugh out loud. Actually, I'm going to pop some of these hearts and flowers up for you wonderful people. Oops. And some ha-ha-has for DB Cooper. Yeah, somebody else is dropping them up as well. Got more than me. So I was trying not to upset anybody or make people think that I undervalue, the efforts they put in and the souls that they have. Just trying to, point out what it says in the poem and why I believe what it says in the poem and why I say what I say. Well, Forrest said there's only one way. That again, people claiming that they have a soul. Forrest said there was only one way in as far as he knew. And yet people have souls that you can get in from any angle, from anywhere. And it's like, what? How is that only one way in? The Woods Landing one, is it Landing? That's definitely one way in. That is definitely, and not much water there either. And a few miles from Kepler is the wizard on top of the mountain. Higher than that, pirate. Higher than that. A spring clean for a May Queen. Higher players, fire. Trusted living. Fifth Dimensions age. Yes, that is a good age. Being as I'm an Aquarian. I'm looking forward to. If you want to live right, there is only one right way to do it. Hey Troy, how's it going? All good in that part of the world, is it? I wonder if Davy Boy is mad today. Our Davy Boy? Are you mad, Davy? What, mad loony or mad angry? Pirate, it's a German Shepherd. Oh, they're Alsatians. The Hermit is pirate. Well, I think we need. I think at the end of this, if there is an end, and I think there is, we need all those people like Little Rock, GeoNut, all of those names. We need to find out. Oh, Dave Wood. It's a dragon that guards the wizard. It's the time to change the road you're on. Is that to me? I don't want to change my road. I'm on the same road as Forrest, I hope. Yeah, not Dave Woodard. I've started to realise that most people don't know what's going on by what they're saying and how they're falling out with each other. So whilst they might know some of what's going on, they don't know. Forrest said it's in his head. I believe. He did not give people what this was about. My concern was at the beginning, who am I going to be telling answers to? Because these people, and there are lots of them, are richer than $1 million worth old. So why are they in the poem? UK Paul seen it. See what? Is he really mad? Is he really mad? Dave Woodard's solve, out of all the solves I've heard, has to be the weirdest, furthest from the possible truth that Forrest could have had. And yet, he is correct in that, it's fake. So his argument that it's fake is a good argument. His argument that he found a chest in that spot is not a good argument. Conclusion, Forrest was a lead possibly. There is a back door to the location. It is nowhere near Laramie. I've been everywhere. Like I say, my souls were in every state and most of those states. And whilst I didn't go boots on the ground, I know more about those 4 states than most Americans. Or, about some of the stuff that happens in the US because of what's in the poem. There's a back door to the location. It is nowhere near them. You know that I'm going to look in the poem and see that backdoor and Laramie are very close together. Forrest hinted 2 ways in. Forrest hinted 2 ways in, but his statement was there was only 1 way in as far as he knew. But he could be talking about 2 different things. Short and to the point. Yeah, do you know what's going to happen next? If you did, you would be happy as Larry. Where is Larry? Would you agree this knowledge is already being suggested by quite a few, but just isn't received in the general public? Maybe too out there for most. Yeah, it's hard to believe. Me and David have talked. It's hard to believe that people don't know what's going on, and yet when they talk about stuff, I think they don't know what's going on. If you're still looking for a chest, then you don't know what's going on. And if you're really a searcher looking for a chest, you don't know what's going on. If you're in the chase and you talk about a chest, then you don't know what's going on because the chest is finished. It's not about the chest. So therefore, you could talk about anything other than Jack. But Jack was important. Jack was in Puerto Rico. That is an important statement because it's part of the story. I don't get why people don't think of the what ifs. I gave you a comment. What, do you want it back, Zozo? The backwards bicycle was 1. Yes, the backwards bicycle. Yeah. There is a cycle and a backward cycle. The candle at both ends could imply that there's 2 ways, but my costs were making a profit. How does that work? It's possible. Poem paints the picture for the imagination. Cool. I think imagination and the poem go hand in hand. I think you need both left brain and right brain. Most tend to use one side more than the other. Ooh, that's a nice way of putting it, Alberti. See, I haven't got a brain, so I'm all right. I told someone the other day, I just copied off Forrest. Forrest gave me the answers, and I think, okay, I'll accept that as possible. So I tried to think about what Forrest was telling me rather than what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking I was solving this poem. I was thinking I was learning the answers off Forrest. And I wasn't trying to find a chest. I was trying to find what the answers were. Because Forrest knew the answers, and if he knew the answers, the best person to ask would be Forrest. Are you going to add the Mr. Solver quote to the others? Does he rate it? Don't know what that means. Why is Pornhub reflecting in your glass? Yeah, that's not going to happen on there, no. I think what you'll see is, what is another word for Ben? And wallet. Haha, Davey B. Because I sent him oh. The life of Forrest Fenn, incredible. Yes. I think Forrest had split personalities, and that's what enabled him to do this. Ooh, everyone's agreeing with Alberti. What did he say? He just said laugh out loud. You agree with that? What he said, Alberti? I think you need... Oh, right, yes, I agree with that as well. I'm not sure what you mean, why must I go? I see a monitor in each lens, one for the science and the other for the amusement. Yes, what you don't see is this one that I turned off. You'll see it now. This is the one with the information. This is the one that's just got me. You won't get nothing from me, but you will from this one. Can you see it now? It's just come on. This monitor is an important monitor. This monitor that has me on it is important because you lot are here. I think the poem, just like Alice in Wonderland, needs a picture to help. Well, Street was saying that this poem, Pirate Map or whatever, is not like, it should be, but it absolutely is. It has pictures in there. If you imagine those words and what they say, you can see a place or a thing. And you can go from one place to another place, going toe to toe. I think they both work hand in hand, by imagination. Hell, stanza 1 can be said to point to memoir. Charlotte signature on the map Kiwi has end at the word Laramie, where I live. That's one hell of an aberration. Charlotte's signature on the map Kiwi has end at the word Laramie, where I live. No, I don't know the map that we speak of. Both sides of brain. I don't have a brain. I think I left mine. We used to say when you go work, you take your brain out and leave it there. I think I forgot it. I think I took it out once and then never put it back in. Before we know it, dawn will be breaking. What the? Monitor. Minotaur. What happened to him? Minotaur Marino. Odd ear left right. Damn. Does anyone else think the other poem in the book are important, or is that just me? Hi, because I can. No, I think everything is important in the book. But I believe that you can just have the poem and find the answers. I believe that I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to is more important than people give it credit for. But to the wizard, he'll give you a diploma. Yes, that's the whole point. Find a wizard, find the answers. I don't think the duality is strong in this one. That's what I was saying about Forrest. Use the fork. Oh, that was another thing I was talking about. It was a long video. So in the video, I've talked about the fork in the road and Forrest and Peggy. So at the point where the fork is, where it says Fenn and Peggy is joining Forrest, just below Peg, there's a road. And in the middle of that is an E, I think. But then joining that road, because Forrest says you take the road together, there is the word together. And because Forrest said when we come to a fork in the road, we take it together, there is the word fork. So you have Forrest and Peggy at a fork in the road together in the poem, which is the same fork that Bear would like because it's Three Forks Mountain. But they take the fork together, which is interesting. It was a long video. I was trying to explain that the information that Forrest gave is easily findable in the poem. Therefore, what are the hints? Because yes, they are. And you're all wizards and Forrest is the head wizard. Because yes, they are. Yes, they are all wizards and Forrest is the head wizard. Because I can, I'll be honest, I think Greg Truth had a good point of the others' poems. Begging FF and Peggy talking to each other in Afterlife. Oh, being. Is that what the SAR is? Because they are talking together in the afterlife. Yes, that makes sense. Not that they're all wizards and Forrest is wizards. Can we just talk to Harry Potter? Or a Jedi? These are not the solvers you're looking for. And Peggy will be there waiting for me. And so will the treasure, Forrest says. And the chest will be waiting for a clump of a boot. I am not the Jedi you seek. Wizards for a new generation. Not talk about my generation. Talking about my generation. I haven't heard his view. Would you happen to know which video it was in? No, I didn't hear that either, but it is a good deduction. Oh man, I forget. Oh, it was back in September 1963. What a very special night for Troy. Back in September. Mario, is my name in the poem? Just curious. Well, Newman, there's quite a few people that ask me that, and I normally find most of the people in the chase, his name is in the poem. For yours not to be in the poem would mean that you purposely chose a name that wasn't in the poem. Because Forrest put everybody in the poem. And if your name doesn't fit in the poem, then you obviously chose a name that would not be doable. But I would say you'll be in there. The WALK. The G would be the issue, I think. Love the Who. Yes, Mr. Daltrey. Back in S. It was about the secret garden, but he mashed up the poem in TTOTC and made his own poem that actually sounded like Peggy and FF talking. Well, not. Yeah, that's a bit like the cipher in the poem. Not all of it makes sense, but most of it does. I'm under attack by buffering bandwidth members. Get out the garlic, trusted. Well, in September 63, I was not very old. Probably about 8 months, if that. Oh, it looks like Newman is blocking me. Cool. Waves. Name is Rex. You see, that's what happens when the host reads out the people's chat. I've noticed that lots of times. The host reads out someone's name, and it's like, well, I can't even see him. Name is Rex. T-Rex. M sent for me. No one can see him. It's just words on a screen. I caught their farewell tour in 82. It wasn't their farewell tour. Well, they fared well. Just didn't disappear. Believe it or not, when Greg isn't drunk and actually silly, he sometimes says things that are very smart. Yeah, I think we're all like that. Well, I don't drink, but you must be block, INFJ. That is what I've concluded since I do not know first names. I see no INFJ. No, same. I don't see Newman. He's just talking to me, or she's just talking to me. You weren't supposed to know. Says so, Troy has me blocked. Not sure why. No one can see them. They're just words. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Oh, I thought you were walking on sunshine. I'm walking in the air. Well, could be worse. Could be walking on water. Someone might have got it in my chat. Someone with a wrench. Hey, Indy, how is it going? Are you okay with the chase plant still? The person you believe has been sent in by Chase Incorporated to spy on you. It's not much of a relationship. I think you better stop saying that. So he's ignoring us all. For him. Not all of us. They're only words. And words are all I have. Well, words don't come easy. Words are all you get to take. Well, you can take them with you. I'm a marry that man. I'm a marry that man. Good for you. Ben? Chasing Indy. No, not marrying Ben. She's marrying the chase plant. Jordan. Doan. Jordan Doan. What does Mary Poppins have to do with the chase? Who's Mary Poppins? No, my mains. I see Newman. Newman chasing Indy. Laugh out loud. That's only because you have a wrench, Davy B. Hee hee. Mod see everyone. Ooh, cool. So the host sees everyone as well. Don't say his name, Psycho's trying to find. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, but you plastered it over the. Oh no, he plastered it over. Sorry, won't say it again. Tell him he's a silly boy. Well, you did, didn't you? You told him he's a silly boy. Oh no, He-Man's in chat. Oh no, it's Pirate. I have the power. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. Pass on good luck when I shake hands with you. I am the sweep. He blasted it. Birthday. Your man never logged into Ben's show. I was disappointed. Hey Amy, how's it going? Good to see you here. I was on a different site the other day and I saw Queen. And I was wondering whether to say hi or not. But I thought better not. Thought better of it. Not to do with chase stuff. Well, it might have been to do with chase stuff, but it wasn't talking about chase. Not. Me too. Oh. Candy was probably nervous as hell, hoping he didn't log in there. Yeah. Is it Friday yet? I don't know. You'll have to ask Robinson Crusoe. He would know. No, it's not Friday yet. For you, Friday's 2 days away. For me, Friday's tomorrow. And so is David. You wish it was Friday as well. Uh-oh. Why is it payday? Babs may take him. I am waiting for Lightning to get out of his own way in order that we can all move forward. If that makes sense. Makes sense to me. Take him where? To court? To the cleaners. Actually, I was watching a little bit of Babs the other day. Tyler was there. Under a different name. But it was Tyler. Babs did another video. I think the amount of videos that Josh does, I'd probably watch them if it was just one video. But there's that many, and it's like, oh can't bother with that. I know how I love how I have a man, and these psychos can't touch him. Don't speak too soon. I'm surprised that he hasn't gone, what are you on about? What are you on about? Treasure hunt is finished. Does lightning strike twice? Does lightning strike twice? Excuse me. Well, if Thor has anything to do with it, he might. I think she is working at the library. You need both your man and trust. Uh-oh. Nope. Oh, nope. Or NOPD. Don't know. Oh, lightning doesn't strike twice. Well, lightning hasn't got out of the way yet, so only wanted to strike once. Just one clump of a boot will do me. Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. But that's the whole point. GG, get out the spot. JJ has a trouble. He can't get rid of. Oh, the Bridge of Sighs. With harp, it can. Oh, not harp as in HARRP. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Oh, so you know what I'm talking about then. Phew, at last, someone. Steve can slap trusted hard. Trigger, well, trigger is, that's what we're waiting for. The trigger. Babs has the other Greg. I'm glad. I was looking at a 3-letter word for your name in the poem and some information to do with that, Amy. What was I talking about then? So Greg, the supposedly good Greg, turned dark. So he turns dark and calls himself Dark. Drinks and random conversation in a casino. It'll leave a heck of an impression on a tree. Lightning? Yes, absolutely. Do you need any other tools besides a flashlight and a sandwich? I thought you needed gloves for the hot water. Vomit Greg. I won't say that you're saying it then. I just unblocked everybody. Or should be able to see me. Oh, okay. I will. So everybody should see Newman now. Sorry if I gave your game away. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know that you were hiding. I actually saw a video of 2 lightning strikes to 2 people with 50 foot. I saw a bloke get struck twice. Somebody must have been after him. I don't know what that meant, but I got the shivers. Snake. Oh, no, that's Sliver. Okay, now I see. Thanks, Newman. There you go. We're all good here. Dark has an obsession with porn. What? And having you know who's watching you. Oh, right. Okay. That's a bit too much information. I didn't need to know that. Did not need to know that. Oh, I don't remember that. Is before my time or on a stream that I was not watching. I think it's New Man with an E. New Men. New Men. New Men. New Men. New Men. Actually, now that you've asked me the question. Oh, not where I thought it was going to be. I'm looking for someone's name. No, you might not be here. which means you purposely wrote your name so it wouldn't be. I can see the sage. I can't see the walker. Walk in. No R. Oh, there's the R. Walker. I could probably find it, Newman, in different areas, but not as one. You must wear glasses too. Squirrely. You're good now then, right? Cheap sunglasses. What? 'Tis a happy new year, I reckon. Curator. Everybody has an assertion of talking to married women. Oh dear. New men and new women. The thrill of the chase. ZZ Top, ZZ Top. Viva Las Vegas. Great song that. Cheers, Newman. Not a big ZZ Top fan, Troy. I may like 2 or 3 songs. Too much of a so rock song. Beat you to it. Jinx. Nope. I think, hang on. I think Alberti's first, then why must I go second? She got legs. No, capitalized Alberti. Not capitalized. And she knows how to use them. Damn. Technicality. Damn technicality. What? So, these people, these 29 people, wow, I've got 2 likes as well. These 29 people in here, are you expecting before June something phenomenal to happen? Or are you thinking that it's going to be same old, same old? I don't believe it's same old, same old. I'll tell you that now. And I do believe that something will happen. But I think we'll have to wait until you spring clean. Maybe make the bed. Not really. Too poppy. Slam that like button. Oh, cheers, Troy. I can't. Slam that like button. This game show, I appreciate people pressing the like button, but I'm not after, lots of subscribers and a big channel. This game show needs printed rules. Well, Forrest had enough rules, didn't he? He got punched on the nose and made his first rule. Wonder what that was all about. Under pressure, getting down on me. That's pop rock. I think that is the title. Rate me. Don't know what that means. No, and I think that's a H. Neiman? Do you have a friend named... Oh no. Don't use that word here, Tigger. That's as bad as lightning. I don't know what you think, Amy Gwynn. Do you have a friend named Kramer? That's worse than a backward bike. Does anyone know all 109 rules he had? I'm going to say no. Excuse me. I do know that if one got better, he'd move it up. That is Queen Mary, a different song. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that is pop rock. That's what I call pop rock. Queen, not ZZ Top. But thanks for pointing out. I seriously do. Sharp dress man. Don't say lightning's in chat, for F's sake. See what I did there? Don't say lightning's in chat for F's sake. Not for my sake, but for Forrest's sake. I'll wear my sunglasses. Yeah. So I can see. But a sharp-dressed man. Well, that's definitely not talking about me then. Dressed so smart, he cut a dash. That rings a bell. Coming forward has been a dilemma, but you have to go forward. Keep moving forward. Forward is good. I can't wait till, if people don't know, what the answers are, I can't wait till Forrest has his time in the moonlight. I can't wait till that happens. Who we with in the moonlight? Who was holding you so tight? Better Troy, still, I even tried liking them through a live show. They just didn't grab me. I'll take a slice of Molly Hatch. It's hard keeping secrets. You are not kidding. Luli, you are not kidding. Got to get paid. Dokken? Not sure what that is. Ah, the Hunter. Not Paul Hunter. The Hunter. Very important. Might surprise you to know that the Hunter had their hands on the chest. I was upset. Sorry, everybody. So rough. Don't need to apologise for being upset. This community has been a little bit awkward at times. Ah, name of a group. I thought it was a game. Never heard of them. The OK Ken. Tooth and nail. Gonna fight them tooth and nail, Mr. Dokken. Oh, we're all getting different ones now. You can get your sanity back, Zozo? How is that possible? I need to know. My sanity is left. Give them up. You'll feel better. Well, I think Luli has said a few things that, are very interesting. I'm waiting for the trials to resurface. I think it'll be over by then. And they will slither away and cower at what has been done. Oh, you have something they want? What, a man? They all came out of hibernation. Them bears. We don't want bears. We want Cody's. Alberti is good, like Zozo rocks. Who did I think Alberti might be? Bear could do a good Alberti, I think. Take a step into the recesses of your mind. You'll figure it out, as only you can. So that means no more sanity for me then. You will summon Tyler with Cody. It's all bull. Someone said Babs made another video today. Yes, she did. Was it today? Was it yesterday? Oh. The kid from left field. That sounds like Davey B. Davey B. Alberti's got the kid from left field. I'm no one you know. I am no one you know. So you're someone I don't know. Oh, don't do that. No, there is too much information. But people say the weirdest things. But I do know you. You're Alberti. As much as I can know, Zozo rocks. Why must I go chasing Indy? And Tigger. I know all of you people to no extent at all. But I do know you. So you are someone I know, but not very well. I'm anonymous, but a troll. I'd rather say you're a troll, but you're an anonymous troll. Who's on first? I don't know. Who's the pitcher? We don't want on first anyway. We want on home. Fourth. I don't. I drink alone. Yeah, with nobody else. Always the same people. Hey, Hush. You are. Well, you're not always the same person. You're normally someone else. Always the same people. What's on second? Someone I. That's a song. That was someone I used to know. I always thought Hush Whisper was Babs. Well, I think it's an important statement. Forrest said, it's what they whisper. It's what they whisper on the vlogs. It's an important statement. I summon demons in my bathroom. You chose the smallest room in the house to summon demons? Wow. Wait, I don't summon them. Oh, the travelling warblers. Abbott and Costello. Gag. Whim. Oh, that's a good word, whim. Or wum. Better known as. Is that a valley or a something or other? Welcome, Hush. Glad you can join in. Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. Dragging the line. Dragging the line. Barbara. Babs to the bone, is it? That's the sign I got from my bathroom. Do the demons smell bad? Oh, she has one of those air freshener things. Babs is crazier than you guys, and that's saying something. Babs is not crazier than us. We go out of our way to be crazy. I remember when they played that very good song in the movie Christine. Hush, you still killing me to hold the line. Toto, who's behind the curtain? Love isn't always on time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I don't wish you no harm, Tammy. Tammy? Oh, no, no, no. Look out, look out, look out, look out. Leader of the pack. Leader of the pack. DF is a Tammy. Tammy Faye Baker. Caught George's finger slide he used when he threw it out to the crowd. Like fourth and B San Diego. Ooh. Who's that? No one knows who it is. Should I be scared? Well, there's a question. Was the House of Blues set up during Super Bowl 32? No thanks. Fun show. Mario. I had my. Oh, good luck with that. Are you going his way, or is he coming your way? Or are you meeting in the middle? A Karen's sister. Took you that long. Yeah, probably best not to say, eh? I wish you all the best with it anyway. I hope you have a wonderful time. And then I hope you stay together. There is no wrenching apart. Ah, the rain's down in Africa. Thanks, because I can. Good night to you. I hope it is a pleasant one and a peaceful one. Blimey, it's 4:12 in the morning here. Why didn't you tell me? How long have I been on? That's scary, that is. Thanks for making me look at that, Mr. Bigger or Mrs. Because I can. Don't want to give your gender away. Hey, Sharpie is a razor, Mr. Big. I don't want to call you a pen. I bless the rains down in Africa. I bless the rain. So, I don't want everyone to think that I was trying to get at anybody. I'm just telling you what was in the poem. So, this video, which will be aired on the 15th, 7 o'clock my time, so it'll be early your time, 7 p.m. will be about dinner time for you, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 o'clock, something like that. And it's already pre-recorded, so it's not a live stream. And me, gonna take some time to do the things we never had. Good tune. And me, what does that mean? And me. And me. And me. So the information's there. Forrest has been true to his words, if you understand those words. Oh, I was talking about Ben having a go at you, Indy. So I did a video, and on that video I was trying to explain that there's information in the poem that I'm led to believe Forrest is telling whoever the finder is to put information out. And one of those pieces of information, Indy, was not you, but the statement of the person on the Trump security detail is the 200-footer. And in the poem, it says that statement, so I am being honest, and some other stuff. So Forrest was being honest in that statement of the 200-footer, but that doesn't mean to say that there's a real 200-footer, just that the information is truthful and able to be found. So you could find that person in the poem. The person who is on Trump security detail is the 200-footer. That information is intertwined with the doctor. So that's why that became a bit of an issue in the chase, because whilst it's separate, it sort of intertwines and there is confusion. So it may be that Forrest put that information out by telling different people different stories, and they got melded into one story instead of kept separate. So the statement is a true statement in the poem that talks of the 200-footer being the person on the Trump security detail. Now, maybe you couldn't find them in real life, or her, but you could find them in the poem. Same with the doctor. And the reason I say that is because whilst I had all this information and hadn't put videos out because I didn't want to upset people by saying what the poem says, there's information in the poem that says that this video that's coming out on the 15th by Treasure Hunting Tales, an interview with Peter WRIGHT, being streamed January 2024, is in the poem, and that is a true event now. That is going to happen. And it says in the poem to tell that is going to happen, as it has said tell other things. So that's why I did this stream tonight, to tell about that and to explain the other stuff, which I have done on a video, and I'm debating whether to put that video out or not. It's a long video, but it's, explanatory and probably says too much. Whole lot of rosy, crowded house, thunderstruck. You people are, hey, that guy. Is that guy or that guy? Love me some thunderstruck. Air supply is us. Hey, you think? Highway to hell. Found him, don't mess with him, or you'll be sorry. Who? The security person on the Trump detail, or the doctor? David B is into air supply. We're all into air supply, otherwise we'd all die. 42, 39, 56. Blimey, that's a weird shape woman. Sorry. Just the way my mind works. I'm missing stuff. ACDC, pirate. Do you prefer the 895 blessing with a... What the? Is ACDC the one that did Ace of Spades? Great tune. I wouldn't care if Fenn was alive today and walked up and said, here, you win. After all the lies, I wouldn't take any from the liar. But that's just it. He's not a liar. And if you think he's a liar, then him actually saying you win would probably be a lie, wouldn't it, if he's a liar? And I think you could get your wish, but he wouldn't say you win. Again, I'll reiterate, this was about Forrest doing this. This was not about somebody finding a chest. You might want to think that it's all about you and you beat Forrest and you found a chest. Nobody beat Forrest. No one. There is not one person in this chase community that beat Forrest, and that includes the solver or the finder or the retriever, or whatever you want to call them. Nobody beat Forrest. Forrest told people the answers, so there was nothing to be beaten with. Gave us the answers. And you weren't supposed to be fighting Forrest or trying to outsmart Forrest or trying to take chest off Forrest that was in the Rocky Mountains. Forrest was going to make something happen, and the best that you could do was be on Forrest's side and help him make it happen. And if you did anything other than that, then you were going to lose. You were always going to lose. If you thought you were going to take Forrest on, then you were mistaken. And if you thought you were going to beat him, you're even more mistaken. But the thing is, what you were looking for was nothing in comparison to what he was offering. And he told you that when he said, I said in my poem, I will give you title to the gold. Because Capro asked, does the finder get to keep the chest and all the contents? There is no chest and contents to be kept, because he said, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. So if you found a chest, then more fool you. You shouldn't have been looking for one. You should have been trying to find the answers. So Forrest is going to give you, whoever you are, title to the gold. If you've done it right, you should know what title to the gold means. And you should know why you can say, I agreed to say it was in my own. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? Wolf Mother, Powderfinger, Angels. Up you ass, trusted. Why do people? I don't get it. Hands thing Sage Walker, nice white window. My next video, rhetorical question for the earner. Alberti, I would have found that even more funny if you spelt it U-R-N-E-R. The earner, because Forrest said you would have to earn it. Why did he say you would have to earn it? Did he mean you had to earn it, or did he mean you had to earn it? Can rob his grave? Eleanor Rigby. No one in this hunt was looking for a title, Mario. They were looking for physical gold. No. Someone in this hunt was looking for Forrest Fenn. Because if you found out who the real Forrest Fenn was, you might understand the rest of it. So, Forrest said, as I sit here past midnight by my juniper fire, blah, 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 he was going to go to a place where even memory hasn't been, which means it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened yet. But he's going to go to that place. And he says, not sure where I'm going, but I know that I've got to get there. So this is something that's planned. He has a journey, which he wanted us to share in the passion that he was on, his own thrill of the chase. And if we followed in his footprints, we might get to where he's going to and share in that passion. So, yeah, somebody was looking for Forrest and the answers to the poem, because it didn't stop at take the chest and go in peace. It stopped at begin it where warm waters halt. That's where it stopped. And if you don't know that, I don't know why you don't know that. Because the rest of it explains itself. So you find the answer to a chest in the Rocky Mountains, which is simple, boring, and nothing to do with what Forrest is trying to achieve or will achieve. And you should know, if you find a chest and take it in peace, you don't need title for nothing. Nothing. There is no way you need a title. And the only way you know what the title is if you know the answers. As Forrest said, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. You don't need title to gold. If you found it in the Rocky Mountains and took it and went in peace, you don't need title for anything. And Forrest added, keep the two big ones, sell the rest off. So you see, someone did look for a title. And the title is a name that Forrest said is all I have. No, if not for my name, I would have nothing. That doesn't sound like he's talking about Forrest Fenn. It sounds like he's talking about someone else. Yeah, you're allowed to think what you want. You're allowed to think what you want. But I can tell you now, they are the wrong thoughts. You have to think the right things. Being selfish was not the way to do it. No, he didn't lie all the time. He used words that he didn't understand all the time. The statements are factual, good statements. The words that you don't understand. Forrest wrote the poem in English. If he wrote the poem in French, you would have learnt French hush to find out what the poem meant. The fact that he wrote it in English, you thought you knew what he was saying. You didn't. You didn't know what he was saying because you didn't learn Fenn speak. And that was the whole chase. Nobody learnt Fenn speak. Hey, I'll stay on a while ago and just got back from Korea. Hey, Five, how's it going? You don't know what I found or didn't find. I know what you found. You guys are walking projectors. Oh, come on, Hush. We can agree to disagree. There's no end to the world here. You have ears that hear only lies. You need to look for the truth in someone's words instead of assuming they are lying. I know Forrest is not lying. You know, he basically told us the answers. He's all right, or she's all right, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Uh-oh. Who was that? Don't need to... Oh, Tigger. You didn't need to do that, Tigger. If you don't know the truth, how can you discern it? Well, that's the whole point of it, isn't it? You can call Forrest a liar, and you can say people have the wrong soul, but you don't know. You don't know the answer, so how can you say it? There was no title. A handshake is good enough for me. I rise for the brand. That's community. Well, there is that, but I'll go by what Forrest said, and he says, you know, I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold. So whatever that meant, even if it was a cup of tea, you know, I'm not going to argue. I even said, you know, if it was south of New Mexico, I'm not going to argue. Because at the end of the day, this is about Forrest, not about us. There's only building frustration for Chase Girl. 5. I did a video earlier. No, I did. But I haven't put it out. And I've talked about it saying that I should tell everyone and then certain information which pertains to people in the chase. Now, when I say I mean whoever can read the poem. And one of those statements is about your soul not being the answer to my poem. But not just you, you know, Troy's in there, Street's in there, Trust is in there, Fendi, Indy, Bear, Rob, Dave. Everyone's in there with different pieces of information. Now, that could be my bias, you know. And I didn't want to say nothing because it could be my bias. So I can't say anyone's wrong or right because I'm not Forrest. But in the poem, it's told me to tell everyone about a video that's coming out January 2024, which is Peter Frick WRIGHT, the Treasure Hunting Tales. And this video is being aired January 2024. So I'm doing this video to tell people about that video and about the other stuff that the poem potentially, you know, talks about. And the reason why I've done this is because, you know, there's no getting away from the fact this video is going to happen. And the poem says tell. So I would not be doing Forrest any favors if he said tell everyone that this video is coming out. So whereas the other stuff, you know, I could think, wow, it's not worth saying these things. This is obviously something that's been planned, that's going to happen, you know, and I don't know what reason there is for it to happen. I don't know why it's been kept a secret that this video exists and that's just coming out now, because obviously from, you know, understanding what it's about, it was done before the find and after the find. So it's been around, you know, the idea of it's been around for a while. So that's going to happen. So on the 15th, you'll be able to see that. And that is going to go live at 7 p.m. my time. So, you know, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, roughly your time. I think is most of thing I'm sure of is, according to all searchers in Chase Gov, no one else is supposed to have the solve. No one else other than who? Video coming out soon too. I have the flu, so it's too late. Well, I'll be watching that. Yes. You're in the poem, Rob. You're definitely in the poem. Bear's in there. Well, you see, the poem clues are dependent on who's reading them. The clues that Forrest, wanted are different than the clues that everybody's talking about, or what possible clues they could have. Because go over the same things, but you just talk about a chest, then you only need the first clue to know. If you go from the first clue to just heavy loads and water high, that's where you have to be at the end, because that's where the blaze is. Just heavy loads and water high. If you've been wise, found the blaze, look quickly down. Well, from there you will see just heavy loads and water high. But at that point where you're at the blaze, you know where you are for the first time in everything that you've read. Because Forrest said, solve the first 2 clues is academic. Solve the first 2 clues, you're 50% there. Metaphorically speaking, the girl from India can't get closer than the first 2 clues. If I told you the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Which means, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. So you don't need to worry about the blaze. Which means anything after the Homer Brown is not necessary. It's not necessary because you go right to it if you knew the Homer Brown. But if you knew beginning where warm water salt was, and you knew where just heavy loads and water high is, and you knew the Homer Brown, and you don't have to worry about the blaze, then you only need the first clue. The rest of it is to know where you are for the first time. But you have to put all that together to find what potentially is the answer. But that is an answer for a chest, potentially. And that is an answer for an individual who is selfish enough to want $1 million and not, thinking enough to try and let Forrest make this happen. Because in the book, Forrest says, going to go to a place where even memory hasn't been. So he hasn't done this thing yet. Whatever it is going to happen. He said, I'm not sure where I'm going, but I do know that I've got to get there, something like that. So these things are planned to happen, and Forrest is going to make it happen. And it's about Forrest making it happen, not somebody finding the chest, because this will happen without a solver, without Fiveleaf, without Mario, without Davy B, without Street, without Trusted, without Troy, without Dave Man from the East, without Rob, without any of us. This will happen without any of us because Forrest is making it happen. It doesn't need a solver for the chase to do what needs to be done. It doesn't need a solver. It just needs something to end it. Now, in 2020, Forrest said stop searching. Not because the chase was over, but because whatever needed to be found was found. And Forrest was going to make it happen. Now, Forrest is the finder, which alludes to in the Medium article. And Douglas Preston says, spare a thought for the author. And that is why Pam has the email. Then Forrest is protecting the finder himself, who is a shy guy from the East. So if this is supposed to happen the way that Forrest wants it to happen, then you should be glad that it is happening, because Forrest tried to find a way for everyone to win. I don't mean a few people, in the US. I mean everyone. So there's information in the poem that says, these are the answers. This is what it's about. That has nothing to do with anyone other than Forrest. Forrest knows the answers. Forrest is going to make it happen. End of. When it happens, everyone will know, and hopefully we'll be happier. Did you say the video is coming out? Yes, absolutely. 7 o'clock my time. Chase Suzanne, such an ego. We're all different. That's, the world would be a crap place if we weren't. Yeah, the video is, if you type in Forrest Fenn today, it'll be there and it'll tell you that it's upcoming. It says in the poem to tell everyone that video is, coming out. So, like I said, I did a lot of videos. I haven't put them out because I didn't think it was necessary, but this is... So the other stuff was just probably my personal opinion about what the poem was saying. But this is a factual thing that's happening, like, the lawyer's office, like the far too soon, like walking across the Madison to the long flat island, Hope Cafe. They're real things that are happening. And this is a real thing that's happening. It says tell everyone, so I'm telling everyone. What the purpose behind it is, I'm unsure. I know what the video is about and that, but why it's coming out now, I don't know. I don't know why, whoever could read the poem is supposed to tell people. Not my video, it's Treasure Hunting Tales. And the interview, Peter Frick Wright, Devon is who's doing this, and Daryl is the searcher, something like that anyway. Hey, I'm back. Yeah, the new world's going to be different. It really is. I can't wait in a way. Well, it'll be a relief for me to, see it happen for Forrest. That's the one. Wheel With It podcast is the channel. That's the one, trusted. I don't know if you've looked or whatever, but that was definitely the one. The podcast was Peter Frick Wright, his podcast, who did, I can't remember what it's called now. Misfortune. Misfortune is what it says in the poem. No need to be scared of curse. We've already been declared. This is the first time I've ever heard you make such a specific statement date. Yeah, the only reason I have is because it is specific. I didn't want to say nothing, but it says it in the poem, and it's actually going to happen. So, and I did a video before I did this. It's a long video, but I thought I'd better go live and say it. I think the video is too much information, and you can see too much of what's going on. So I didn't really want to do that. But this video will be aired. It's nothing to do with me. I have nothing to do with it other than it's in the poem, and it's specifically says what it specifically says, along with all the other stuff that I haven't put out, because that could just be my opinion. But this is a specific date. The Powerball was a specific date. The poem got that right. The Powerball was drawn. It was delayed. It was for 2.4 billion and not 1.9, which is what was estimated before the draw. So this was wrote about after the draw was done. That was a specific date and happened the way that it said. It was delayed. The announcer, even that name was in the poem. The numbers were 100% correct. Even the Powerball was right. That was specific. It doesn't get more specific than that. Somebody telling you the numbers to the Powerball, and that it was going to be delayed on that day, and that it was 2.4 billion, not 1.9 billion. So, that was specific. But this is also, the problem is, if you read the poem, it says, tell everyone that it's going to happen. And it also says, tell everyone the other stuff. But that stuff could be me just, putting my bias or my understanding of it. But this is a real thing that can be corroborated. So, I was talking to Dave, and I can't not do it if it says do it. Because whoever wrote the poem and whatever it was about was telling someone, whoever read it, to tell people about this. Now, I don't know how important it is to the chase, but I do know that it says tell, so I told. If a video shows FF just saying and so I don't think it's about that. So part of it's going to be with Forrest, part of it's going to be the story before and the after, and part of it's going to be this person searching in Yellowstone. So I don't know what the ramifications are, what the meaning behind it is. I just know that it says people in the chase need to be aware that this video is going to happen. So, that's all. And just to say that the other stuff is real as well, and that's not me being big-headed or trying to take credit or claim or whatever. That's what it says. Peter Frick Wright did. It might be the same video for all I know. I don't know. Just saying that this video is going to be aired. And, I was to tell everyone, whether that's supposed to prove the poem, whether that's supposed to prove whoever's on this video, I don't know. Do tell. I thought I've already told. There's not much more I can tell. There's a video coming out, and, it may or may not be anything in the chase. It may just be about, the poem can tell you that this video exists, just like it can tell you about the Powerball is going to happen, just like it could tell you about Cynthia and Capo crossing the Madison to the Flat Island and going to the Totem Cafe, just like it could tell you that Forrest was going to be in an office showing the gold, just like it could tell you that Ryan Bavetta gave Pam 3 words and those words were far too soon. All those things are in the poem and they happened. And it says, tell people that these things are going to happen. So I told. Jack was in this, and part of the Puerto Rico was part of the story. And if you understand why Jack went to Puerto Rico, you understand what the story is about and why it was Puerto Rico and nowhere else. People saying, oh, the tax, this, that, and the other. There's a reason why Jack went to Puerto Rico, and it's, it's part of the story. That's it. There's a reason why it's 9 Mile Hole. It's part of the story. You don't have to believe it. Forrest told you the whole chase is fake. He told you it's fake about the paintings and everything else. Words don't mean what you think they do. Nothing is as it seems. You're living in a virtual space that is not real until it becomes real, until you understand it, until you know it. So at this point in time, Forrest is telling you, don't believe what you're seeing because it's not real. But the treasure is real. The story is real. That's what Forrest said. So these are not lies that are being told to you. The story, the secret is a story not yet told. That's what Forrest told us. Not in those words, but that's what he told us. So you had to understand the story to understand everything. And it will all be revealed. It will all be revealed. And it's got nothing to do with finding the chest. Really hasn't got anything to do with finding the chest. Forrest told us in the interview that I said I'd give you title to the gold, which was saying, no, you're not going to get the chest. No, you're not going to get the contents of the chest. You're going to get title to the gold. whatever that is. Because if you found the chest and went in peace, you don't need time. You have the chest, you have the contents of the chest, and you have gone. So there is no need for title to anything. So the title is what Forrest makes happen. Forrest Fenn video coming out. Go to, well, that's where his churches are. There is no single day reviewed. What's that? Yeah, there's no need to debunk anybody. Nobody knows the answers. Nobody knows the correct answers. They have information that tells them things, but until this happens, none of it is real. None of it's real. So nobody can say anything until they have the answers. It really is up to Forrest. This was already done in 2020. Forrest said, think nice thoughts. That's me taking flack. Who's going to help me? Chaos embroidery, blah, blah. In preparation for all this that was going to happen. And nobody takes any notice. But he told us that it was going to happen. Big things in 2020. He told us things were going to happen. So why is it that I must go? Well, these things have to happen. So we start the chase. And the chase will continue. And, the promise of new discoveries. It will carry on. But something will end this bit. Something will end this bit. And Forrest will have his memory. Forrest said that people go to his spot and don't give a thought about him. How dare they go to my spot, not knowing that Arthur's there or whatever. Because it's important. And people do go there and they don't realise that, it's what he did. To believe in the truth. Well, good luck with that. Just another manic Wednesday. I wish it was Sunday. Oh, it was self-inflicted NM. Don't know what that is, but sadly, I am but one guy. We are all but one guy. Capo was exactly. Possibly. Necessary evil, maybe? I don't know. Thought you got expelled. The soul will come forward when it is time. It's not quite time yet, but you think it has been for 3 years. Not quite time yet. It's not. Forrest wanted people to stop looking. Because whatever needed to be found was found. And now he just needs his memory. And, he gets to that place that he didn't know where he was going. He only knew that he had to get there. So you can believe what you want, but what will happen is whoever is correct, they will know. And whoever is incorrect, they will know. And then you can choose how you spend the rest of your time going over what you should have done as opposed to what you did do. Well, say hello, Lily, for me. Nobody knows the answers. One day, that is my dream. Oh, absolutely, Neo. Absolutely. It's been longer than 3 years. It's well, for me it's been longer than 3 years. I don't know about anyone else. Well, actually, we're only just in January now. I think we're starting the 4th year, aren't we? Definitely. But for others, it was for them. True that. So it can't be 5 days. is coming. I watch out from the rooftops. That was a statement from Forrest, I think, or chimney tops or something. It is a self-confirming poem. Again, though, it has to be self-confirming on different, many levels, because what were you looking for? What were you supposed to find? 14 years for the hunt. Yeah, for me I didn't come into it early. So 2019, I think, 2018 at the most. Can't remember. I know I went, America in 2019. That's all I can remember, really. It's just a blur. Baby, you should pray I'm not correct. Everybody's right, Five Leaf. The correctness. You can't be 100% right and trust to be 100% right. And Zozo be 100% right. And whoever else is having to solve. The fact that so many people, Dave Man from the East, Troy, the fact that so many people can say they are 100% correct must tell you that you could be wrong. Must tell you that. It must tell you that. Otherwise, it just means that you are so greedy and so self-absorbed, you believe only you could do this. And yet, Trusted Solve, he believes 100% is correct. Troy Solve, 100% correct. Dave Man from the East, 100% correct. Street, 100% correct. Ben believes it's Stevie Cooper. Blah, 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 blah. And they have information that backs up their claim, so they think. But you can't all have information that backs up your claim and be 100% correct. Otherwise, there would be 30 different answers that was where it was or what it was. And the most important point is you are all claiming you found a chest. Big deal. Wasn't about a chest. It wasn't about a chest. So if you're all claiming you found a chest, what does that say about it being the law and it was something more important? If it was something more important, you 100%ers that think you found a chest didn't find what was important. You all found a chest, which is not important, which is just a lure, which is nothing in comparison to what the real outcome to this is. There is no pride in finding a chest, only greed and a reluctance to listen. Nobody, no one, I don't care who you are, should ignore somebody else who says they're 100% right. No one. Because if they are 100% right, you are wrong. Now, the best way to get around that is to believe that they are correct or believe that you are incorrect and look at your solve with the eyes and ears of Forrest Fenn. His words in your mind against your solve. Because I'm telling you now, 20, 30 people cannot be 100% correct about one chest. It is impossible. It's impossible. It cannot be. You cannot all be 100% correct. So you have to look at your solve in two ways. You are wrong. Theirs is right. Or theirs is correct. You have to do that. So you have to listen. And at some point, you will see what Forrest said and what you believe about your soul are not the same thing. If your chest is not wet, your soul is incorrect. Has to be. Because Forrest said, I know the chest is wet. I know it is. Not just a bullshit statement. I know the chest is wet. So it has to be wet. Did the hot water affect the patina? All of those others not associated with a man-made structure. Above 5,000, below 10,200 feet. If I was to stand where the chest was, I would see blah, 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 blah. Whatever those statements are, in your soul, you have to stack them up. Now, the ones that should stop you, anybody, whichever solve you have, the ones that should stop you, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Solve the first two clues, you're 50% there, metaphorically speaking. Solve the first two clues, it's academic. Little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. If I told you the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? All of those statements should trip up most souls. Should trip up most souls. Why are you worried about the blaze when you know the home of Brown? If you've gone past the home of Brown, gone too far. Because that's what Forrest said. If I told you the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If I told you the home of Brown, no, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So your solve must be at the home of Brown. Must be. And if it's not, why are you saying it's correct? Why are you saying it's correct if it's not at the home of Brown? Because Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it. I was one of the few who knew. I'm not asking anyone to work. I'm not saying that I know the answers. I am saying these are Forrest words, not mine. These are Forrest words, not mine. I'm just telling you to listen to Forrest words and put them against the solve that you have and still say that you're 100% correct. Because I can guarantee you can't. The hydrogen and the oxygen. The hydrogen is right where the gasoline is in the poem. And all of the information, the garden, everything all connects together. But it doesn't tell you that the place that you're looking for is at the home of Brown. The answer doesn't lead you there. You don't get it at the home of Brown. So in my opinion, I say it can't be that. Because Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right to it. He also said, why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? It means you don't need the blaze if you have the home of Brown. You don't need, it's no place for the make. You don't need the end is ever drawing nigh. You don't need there'll be no paddle up the creek. You don't need just heavy loads and water high. While they help you understand, well, the last bit helps you understand where you are for the first time. That last bit says, yeah, I know where I am. Whilst that helps with that, you don't need any of that. Because the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. I mean, she's already there. She's already there. Because after the first two clues, it's academic. So the same things that I keep saying, but nobody seems to listen because they keep just saying, oh, I'm the solver. I've got it, I know what it is. I'm 100% correct. But I don't see that. When I look at it with Forrest's words, I don't see it. What is the name of the video coming out? It's Treasure Hunting Tales. If you type in Forrest Fenn videos today, it should come up, but it's Treasure Hunting Tales, interview with Peter WRIGHT, the host, these are the words that's in the poem, the host of Missed Fortune Then it says a video will be streaming January 2024. So it's any of those: WRIGHT, Treasure Hunting Tales, Host of Misfortune. Probably missed something. Treasure Hunting Tales, WRIGHT. Something else missing. Treasure Hunting Tales, WRIGHT. Host of Misfortune podcast. Yeah, Tigger's got it. Treasure Hunting Tales. Interview WRIGHT. That's the word I missed. Interview. That's there as well in the poem. Interview with WRIGHT is in the poem. Host of Misfortune podcast, and then the other information. One searcher is 100% correct. You just don't know who. Cheers, Bill. How you doing? Is it you? Phil pulled. Well, if a cipher won't lead to a treasure and no other soul beats a cipher, can mean the soul is inside anyway. No, he didn't say it wouldn't lead to the treasure. He said it wouldn't lead to the chest. No, to the treasure. He said to the treasure. So maybe you found a chest with your cipher, but everybody found a chest. The treasure chest is a wet dream. Davey, a cipher didn't, but it helped. Yeah, absolutely. Any part of some is better than no part of any. So maybe if you looked at all of the solves and incorporated, some bits, and you need to know what's worth knowing and what's not worth knowing, and what's important and what isn't important, and you have to have this sort of recipe and this catalyst and make it into whatever, and you have to understand catalysts, and you have to understand futures, and you have to understand blah 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 blah. Lulu, I want to go play. It's Greek. Calm me down. I know I'll have to wait till spring. They already debunked everything but the cipher. Cows coming out the same. 5. Keep saying the same things, but AI will only give you the answer you want because you put in the information that will give you the answer you want. If it was a cipher, I'm telling you now, if it was a cipher, there are professional treasure hunters who eat ciphers for breakfast, who would have found that cipher, found that answer, gone to that place, either found what you were going to find or found nothing in the first few years. Because that would have drew every treasure hunter there was who only do ciphers. It's not a difficult cipher. It's not a difficult cipher. I'm not a treasure hunter. I don't do ciphers, but it's not a difficult cipher. And it's not even 100% correct. There is no Y in garden. It works, but it doesn't work. In my opinion, you could be right. You could be right. But that cipher has no story to it. Has no information that tells you who the real Forrest Fenn is. Has no information that tells you why the spot is so special. None of it. Has none of it. But those are the words that Forrest gave us. So those are the words I believe. So when it comes to the cipher, I say, yeah, great, but it's not what it should be. Woo-woo, my YouTube channel has 19 subs. Go for it. Good on you, Zozo. I'll pop around and have a look when I wake up. Pick someone famous. FF would pick someone famous. What for? Chase Inc. From what I've heard, they won't. I don't know what that is. Or at least someone who knew what the chase was. Cheers, Troy. Thanks for coming. I'm going as well. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here. It's still dark, though. They already tried pushing Jack. I'm sure the community will accept their next hoax. They didn't try and push Jack. They tried to give information about what was happening in the chase. People aren't looking at it with Forrest Fenn speak. They're looking at it their own speak. Words don't mean what you think they do. So what you're hearing is not what's being said. If it was a different language, if it was French, you'd have learnt French and you'd understand what was being said. But because it's English or American, you make no effort to understand what's being said. Doubtful. Neo, truth will win in the end. Well, the end is ever drawing nigh. Is Forrest in Chase Purgatory? Absolutely. Not in the Dante's Inferno, though, although that was another solve. Dante's Inferno. The maze and the labyrinth was another solve. It's too many. Unfortunately, the cipher isn't that important. It's another solve the same as everybody else's solve. It's just another solve. In my opinion, Peter Frick-Wright was a ride along with a searcher several years ago. He did a path. Yeah, I think it might even be the same thing for all I know. It could be exactly the same thing. I'm just telling you that this is something that's in the poem that says, tell people that this is going to be aired, along with all the other stuff that it says, tell. And that was, about people's souls and about American searchers and about, things that people in the chase don't want to hear, really, which is why I haven't really said anything about it. But this, can't be hid. Like the Powerball, it can't be hid. It's a real thing. It's a real event. It takes place. People are going to know about it. And at some point, if in the poem when you read it, it says, tell people about this, tell people about this, tell people about this. At some point, I'll have to tell people. Whilst the other stuff was, potentially me, hoping that I'm right and everybody else, hoping that I'm correct and everybody else is wrong. This information is nothing to do with putting searches down, but it's real information that's going to happen. And if it says tell, and I have faith in, Forrest, then, I should tell. Even though Forrest says shut up, It's like, it's hard to know what Forrest is saying, but shut up doesn't mean what you think it does. If you look up what shut up is on Hippo Word App, you'll be shocked. How can the family's corporate goons even believe? Again, 5, you're trying to beat people. This was about helping Forrest. It wasn't about beating anybody. This was about helping Forrest. Not, you're never going to beat Forrest. No one was. This was about helping make something happen. If you read the book, you know that. This is Forrest sitting by his juniper fire. This is going to a place where memory hasn't been. This is, I don't know where I'm going, but I just know that I've got to get there. This is Forrest trying to achieve something, going to that place where memory hasn't been. And when he's there, you'll know. You'll know when he's there. And you'll know what this was all about. And you'll understand why the spot can be damaged and why it's so special and so important. You'll know all those things. Is it a whole ceiling, Maggie? Posted when I see your name. I'm just weird that way, sorry. Maria, great. You to say professionals can. Because they've done it and gone. It didn't work. That was 14 years ago when they were doing these things. When the chase first started, they were doing ciphers, because that's how you solved treasure hunts. They did the ciphers, they didn't work, so they left. Because it didn't get them anything. Didn't get them anything. None of these solves, none of them. Every solve that's been done hasn't got anybody anything. Because they're not reading the poem right. You have to understand what Forrest is saying to understand what potentially could be correct. That statement on its own, 5, I'm not trying to get at you, I'm just saying that statement on its own, it will not lead you to the treasure, but offered as positive solutions. That statement on its own should tell you there's something more than one cipher. There's something more than it's there in thought. There's something more than try the wheel. There's something more than Kent and Esther. There's something more than all those things are put into the poem. But there is something more than all of those answers that Forrest already knows. Because you have to have the story. You have to know who the real Forrest Fenn is. You have to know why Puerto Rico. You have to know why Jack is there. You have to know why 9 Mile Hole. You have to know all these things. And they're not because it's fraud. They are because it's fact. It's fact, and it's in the poem. Why these things exist. They are fact. The security person for Donald Trump, well, not Donald Trump, but for Trump, is in the poem as the 200-footer, with the information that I'm being honest, with the information that I should tell about it, with the information about the doctor. That's not bull. Look in the poem, read it, you'll see it. The poem will confirm itself. You don't need to fight anything. You are not as qualified to say what is and isn't. No, I know I'm not. But I'm saying what Forrest has said. That's the qualification that I have. That's what qualifies any solve. It has to adhere to the information that Forrest gave. The information that stands out the most is it will not lead you to the treasure. The treasure chest is wet. That cipher does not lead to a wet treasure chest. So, in my opinion, it's incorrect. Am I right? I don't know. I'm just saying my answer is more than a chest and answers everything that Forrest has put out for us. My answer, our answer. Sorry, David. Nobody's trying to push anything. Just the only thing I'm trying to push is that you should listen to what Forrest said. You don't have to. You don't have to listen to me. And you don't have to listen to Forrest. And you can believe what you want. And when the truth comes out, you'll know if you're right or wrong. He did say that. Yep. Oh, you have proof that they've all come together. Well done. Absolutely. Forrest said, well, I think along with that, he said 14 things as well, but definitely 11. 11 things need to happen. We have no proof. All 11 have happened. Well, no, it hasn't happened, does it? Can't have happened. The whole point is something ends the chase. So until something ends the chase, all of the things that Forrest wants to happen can't have happened. Okay, it's possible that you don't have to know those things. What I'm trying to say is, if your solve is correct, you will know those things. If you have the right solve, you will know all of those things. And if you don't, you haven't got the right solve. That's how I see it. And I don't say that because of me. I say that because of Forrest. Everything that Forrest says gives you those answers. Of all of those statements that Forrest makes that people don't understand, Forrest has given those answers. So, if your solve is correct, you know those things. You know them. So me saying you have to know them means you have to know them. You know them. Not you have to know them as part of anything. You have to know them because your solve is correct and it tells you those things. So not you need them to have the solve. You know them because of the solve. So that's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry if it came out wrong, but if you have the correct solve, you know those things, so you have to know them. You know them because you have the correct solve, and the correct solve gives you those answers. I've seen all those things in the poem 5. I've seen them all. I understand exactly what you're saying. But when you put the information that Forrest gave you, it don't work. It doesn't work. Not for me. It might work for you. You might be right. I don't believe so. But you might be right or correct. You might be correct. I could not, when I did those things, get what Forrest said to match decipher. You don't need to hoax it. I'm telling you, when you hear the answer, when you hear the answer, when you see the answer, when you know the answer, you won't need anybody to tell you anything. You won't need anybody to explain anything. I'm missing everything that's been said now. Series of what, Luke? You really got to be careful trying to lie more. People. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You start to sound like Dave, you know. If Dave was right, then you're wrong. And if you're right, then Dave's wrong. The fact that you're both arguing and stating that you're 100% right, it just baffles me. It really baffles me. You cannot both be correct. It's impossible. And yet you're both claiming the fraud that's gone on has done you out of a chest that you were never going to get because it was going to go and, go back to Smithsonian or whatever. You're never going to get that chest, and you're still arguing. I don't get it. I absolutely don't get it. It wasn't about the chest. You were never going to get the chest. I told you in my poem you would get title to the gold. If you don't understand what that means, I can't help you. If you don't want to listen to simple truth, I can't help you. I said in my poem I would give you title to the gold. After Capro said, will the finder keep the chest and the contents? No, of course you won't, because you give him title to the gold and what that relates to. No one's trying to outlean you. That's it. You're sounding just like Dave. This is not about somebody trying to win. Everybody wins when Forrest wins. And when it finishes, you'll understand what that means. If you're correct, there'd be nobody more happier than me. Because if you're correct and it's finished, Forrest achieved what he wanted. But this chase does not end with anybody finding a chest. Not with a cipher. Not with a Kent and Esther. Not with There in Thought. Not with sonnets. Not with Try the Wheel. Not with anything. Don't work like that. This was never set up for one person. Never. Unless it was set up for Forrest. It was set up for everybody. And if you're not willing to let that go, when the truth comes out, it's going to hurt. Yeah, the poem proves itself. Not just proves itself, it proves Forrest. It proves all of this charades that people, it proves the chaos that people have gone through. It proves 9 Mile Hole. It proves Jack. It proves why all of these things was done. That's what it proves. It proves that these things were done for a reason and proves those reasons. I think it does, Newman. Everything in the poem is the poem self-confirming. The Fisher King. Sounds like indie. For one person. No, that was the object for greedy people who wanted a chest of gold that they thought was in the Rocky Mountains. It wasn't for everybody. I went to America because I wanted the gold. And when I was there, I wouldn't say it was an epiphany, but I knew I was just a greedy little fuck who didn't listen to what he was being told. I went to America to get that treasure chest. And when I was there, I thought, hang on a minute. You can't pick up this treasure chest, put it in your pocket, and go through airport and go back to England, can you, you flipping idiot? You can't do it. It's not going to happen. And then everything that Forrest said came to me. No one's going to stumble on that chest. I'm standing on a hillside with long grass. I could be 12 foot from the chest and walk past it, and someone could follow me, not 20 minutes later, and stumble on it because it's somewhere that can be stumbled upon. So anywhere in the search areas that we had, anywhere, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, anywhere is stumble uponable. Anywhere is. Unless you know no one is going there. No one is going there. Unless you know that, you can't make that statement. So that chest that everybody thinks they found, no. Because if you found it, you know where it was, and you know why you would never go there in a million years. You wouldn't go there. You wouldn't go there. And that was the whole point of it. If you found that chest, if you really found it, you know why you wouldn't go there. And you'd know why you have to be brave. And in the wood, you'd know that answer. But nothing to do with the cipher. Absolutely nothing to do with the cipher. Just to do with what Forrest Fenn was saying. If you are brave and in the wood, I give you title to the gold. If you are brave and in the wood. Tarry scamp with marvel gaze. Take the chest and go in peace. Get the flock out of there. Does your poem have that? Does your soul have that? Do you have to go into the spot that nobody's going to go to, get in and get out? Does your soul have that? Because Forrest said that's what it meant. Take it literally. Get in, get out. Said it in the interview, K-Pro's interview. It means get the heck out of there. So does your soul have that? No, it doesn't. And don't say it does, because I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't. So it can't be right. It can't be right. It may be right to you, but to me, no. Because it doesn't follow what Forrest Fenn told us. Certainly not what's in the poem. So I use those things and they tell me this is incorrect. Because it's not what the poem says. And it's not what Forrest says about the first two clues. It's not what Forrest said about the first two clues. It's not. You'd be 50% there, so you only need 4 clues. If that's the case, possibly. I believe you only need 1. But if that's the case, if that is the case, in the cipher solve, 2 clues, right past the chest. 2 clues, right past the chest. Can you do the cipher solve with 2 clues and find it? 2 clues, find it. And know about all the rest. No, can't. The wood is that's, and I'm going to have to go soon. Just, it's hard to keep saying the same things and people not listen. I'm not saying that anybody is incorrect. I'm saying you're incorrect. I'm saying you're right. The solve exists. But it doesn't stack up with what Forrest says. It doesn't stack up with it. Forrest said, keep the 2 big ones, sell the rest. I know I'm going to say you need to understand that, but I don't mean you need to understand it. I mean, if you have the correct solve, you know that. You understand that. So you need to understand that because you understand it. Not because without it you can't get the answer. It's because you understand it. And you understand the other statements that Forrest makes. And that's the whole point of it. You have to understand what Forrest is saying in order to understand what Forrest is saying. You can't assume anything. Teamwork makes the dream. When the answer comes out, you won't even challenge it. No, I don't think anybody will challenge it. It's getting challenged now. That's what's wrong with it. To 10 tons of gold in New Mexico. Ooh, cool. You don't get it, do you, Five? It's already finished. Everything's been found. Everything's been done. It's waiting for something to end it. It's waiting for something. If you are the person that has the answers, you will know when it ends. You will know when it ends. And if you're not the person, you'll know when it ends. And if you don't understand that, you can't have the right solve. Nothing against, no one's against the solver. No one should be against the solver. No one should be against Forrest. This is Forrest trying to make something happen. So nobody should be against Forrest. And if you are against Forrest, you're only going to delay, whatever's supposed to happen. Mr. Bill, you can't even spell your name right. There you go. 5. Explain to Bill why yours is correct and his is wrong. Not going to happen. What about Sleuth.com? Well, that looked like clowns going fishing to me. They updated it. Everything's been scripted this far, and they want people to believe. I don't know how that's supposed to be taken, but like I said before, if you're trying to put together a surprise birthday party, you don't always tell the truth, and you tend to lead people astray in order to make it happen. But in this case, Forrest has said the truth. He's hidden it in everything that he's done, but it's been truthful words. It's just some people can't see it, and they won't see it until they walk into the surprise birthday party and everybody goes, surprise. It's as simple as that. You can think what you want about how bad it is and how awful Forrest is, but when you see the surprise birthday party he's put on, well, not birthday, well, actually, yeah, birthday was gone yesterday or the day before, can't remember now, we're in so many different days, but there was a birthday that you should have known about if you had the correct solve that has been and gone, and you've not even recognized it. According to the poem, Bill, he tipped it to Street. According to the poem, Street was there apparently. I don't know, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But according to the poem, he tipped it to Street. If Street was there, that's who he was tipping it to, according to the poem. What's that? Gold mystery up in Brannock, Montana. Then could truck up there. See, in Trump's security file, I believe is on Team Bond. Listen, that information is in the poem. The person in Trump security detail is the 200-footer. It's in the poem, and the doctor's in there, and it says tell people. See, Joey's you, Bill. Stop it. We're not ignoring you. Talking to you. Say anybody can believe what they want. I just don't see why you're not prepared to look at what Forrest said and put it against the solve. I know what Forrest said, and I know what the cipher says. Please don't be dumb as Steve. I don't know why you lot fall out. I don't get it. Absolutely don't get it. Choo-choo. I hope 2024 is awesome. And I hope all those people that have nothing good to say about Forrest, take at least 15 minutes to, say something good. If there is such thing as Chase Gov, all they're worried about is the memory. That's all they're worried about. Everything else is out of the stratosphere, whatever it's called. Everything else is up there. Lost in thought. It's there in thought. That's what it says in the poem. There in thought. Which is just another answer, like the cipher, like everything else, like Kent and Esther and all the other stuff, like D.B. Cooper. No one solved anything. That might be right, but it wasn't supposed to solve anything. Forrest was supposed to make something happen. It can't be Mario who solved it because Mario is not in the USA. He took the hat at Bill. Can't be Mario who solved it? That's the case, that's the case. Doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is Forrest solved it. Forrest made it work. Today's stupid conversation. It's a trip hazard. Yeah. There under that tree. You'll find it if you just stumble on it. You wrote a poem, Mario? I read one, I didn't write one. Don't speak to me. The tendency to ignore what Bill says leaves you lost in thought because you exclude information. I don't exclude anybody's information. I hear you loud and clear, Bill. Sometimes I've said you say some good things and sometimes, not so good. Ben thinks he solved the poem as well. Go see Ben and tell him his solve's wrong. Go see Bill, tell him his solve's wrong. Go see Dave, tell him his solve's wrong. Go see Trusted, tell him his solve's wrong. Go see Troy, tell him his solve's wrong. Go see Treasure Poem. Go see Will Aware. Go see, Cletus. Go see, people you don't even think of that are still in the chase that believe that they're Zozo. Go see Zozo. Tell him his solve's wrong. But you can't. You can only say that your solve is correct because you don't understand anybody else's solve. I understand everybody's solve. And I can't say, as I've said before, I can't say they're wrong. I'm not Forrest Fenn. But I can tell you what Forrest Fenn said, and I can tell you what's in the poem. Does that make me correct? Does it make David B correct? Not up to me. Not up to you. It's up to Forrest. Forrest is going to make this happen. And not one thing that anybody says, anywhere, at any time, will make me lose my belief in Forrest. Won't happen. Or the faith that I have in the words that Forrest used. Won't happen. Or the belief that everything you need is in the poem. It's that simple. They are all wrong, including Mario, because Bill sold it. There you go. See, you're wrong, 5. I'm wrong. Bill's right. Everybody's 100% right. Kiss and makeup. Yeah, I've not seen the pictures of Forrest doffing his hat to me while extending the hand over. And like I said, Bill, in the poem, it says it is Street that he is doffing his hat. Now, I don't even know if Street was there. I don't even know. I obviously wasn't there. I'm telling you what the poem says. It was not Bill, it was Street. So if Street was there, in the same place that you were, and there was a hat doffed, it was doffed at him. For what reason, I don't know. And I don't even know if it's 100% correct. But I do know that's what it says. And I know that it's in the poem. And I know that it says in the poem that searchers must be shown this, the information that's in the poem. But I haven't showed anybody because I don't think it's worthwhile. Well, it's worthwhile, but I don't think anybody's going to believe it because I'm telling people what it says and they're saying that I'm wrong. So, Bill, stop talking to yourself. We know you're smoking Joe. Everybody knows you're smoking Joe. And we're talking to you, but it's the same stuff. So, those other people are ignoring you. See? Newman's telling you that you have a thread of truth that is part of the story. But any part of something is better than no part of anything. So you've got a little bit of something, which I think everybody has. I'm in the poem too. Stop ignoring that. I know you're in the poem. I've told you you're in the poem. And I've told you, you're part of the synonyms. Most of the synonyms have a Bill in it, but they have a Jack in it too. Or maybe even a Joker. Okay. You just trust that Bill is right. I don't know what Jason can laugh in their ass off. Hats off to you doesn't mean you solved it. Nah. I don't know what nah is for either. You're absolutely stupid if you think he off. I don't think he did anything. I'm just telling you what it says in the poem. I don't care because this is not about anybody finding a chest. It doesn't matter. I don't get why everybody's arguing. You should just be saying, I wonder when Forrest can make this happen so we all find out the truth. That's what you should be talking about, not whether you're right or wrong. Richard, no one can prove it. Don't. Yeah, I know, Tigger. People don't want to listen, but something may have been found. But Forrest was being diabolical, and maybe it wasn't, too important. And that was before my time, to be fair. So I don't believe it was found until after the November 2019 interview. And then, after that, I think something happened that made Forrest say what he said, do what he did, why the chest was supposedly found, or the treasure was supposedly found, and why we went through what we went through, and why there was 9 Mile Hole, and the Lacey Creek, and the GPS, and all the information that could be found in the poem. I have no soul, but I have some killer emails with Forrest. Good on you, Lily. Yeah, I remember you saying that, for the second treasure or something. Never lied. No, he didn't say there was a lead searcher. You haven't heard correctly. He said there is no lead searcher, and he didn't know where it came from. He said, define lead searcher. Now, if they'd have carried on with that, he might have got a real answer. He said, define lead searcher. Then he said, well, if you know where it is, go into trees and get it. But he said he didn't think there was a lead searcher. And he looked around and asked people, well, where did that come from? Where did lead searcher come from? So he never said there was a lead searcher. He said, if you know where it is, go and get it. Go out in the trees and get it. Leave Bill the fuck alone. No one's having a go at Bill. Bill, you have been warned? Well, what's he done? And Forrest said, tell the truth, but you don't have to tell the whole truth. Yeah, but everyone believes that everything evolves around them, and it doesn't. This chase doesn't evolve around me. Doesn't revolve around, hi, I'm back. He said a man was the closest to the chest. Wrong, Marriott. He said a man was closest. No, what he said was he thinks a man was looking and he thinks there was a woman with him. And the statement of the 200 foot is in the poem talking about the security person on the Trump security detail. I've done a video with it. It was ages long. And if I had the means, I could show you right now. The information that you get from Forrest Fenn is in the poem. And if you find it, it will help you. There are hints in the book that will help you with the clues in the poem. If you follow the 9 clues precisely to the letter, if you follow it to the letter, it will lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure, or to the nth degree, or whatever else you want to put in there. Note this new controversy between Byrne and Capers, or silly search and that Forrest won't tell him Forrest lied. Again, 5 leaf. I don't know how you're not listening. You have to listen to what Forrest said, not what other people are saying. You have to listen to what Forrest said because that's what he told you to do. Now, if you want to find anything, listen to the teacher, not to the other students. They don't know anything. They know as much as you know, or less. But what you're trying to do is choose the bits of information that they have that suits you and helps in your argument, and ignore the other stuff. It doesn't work like that. Just use Forrest Fenn's information against the information that you have and see if they connect. And if they don't, then the information that you gleaned must be incorrect. That's what I did over and over, hundreds of times. That's what I did. And I was wrong loads of times, and I might be wrong now. But I tell you what, I have a good person in my team, which is Forrest Fenn. And I use what he said, not what Capo said, not what Ben said, not what you say, not what Bill says, not what anybody says. I use what Forrest says. Street blocks everybody. And he told me I could keep it. Forrest told me that David B was wrong. Well, I'll tell you what, if Forrest told you that, maybe Bill was on to something. No, this tape that Charlotte gave Ben to him Capo the other day. This tape. But Forrest said there is no such thing as a lead searcher. I don't know where it came from. And again, this is information in the chase that nothing is as it seems. So if you wish to believe everything that you hear, how are you going to get an answer? This has come from someone else. You are supposed to understand what the poem says. If you don't understand what the poem says, it's going to happen. These king lies have hours of him talking. Yeah, you're hearing what is being given to help you understand what's in the poem. But you trying to make it as though it's part of everyday life in the chase. Everyday life in the chase is not what it seems. So you're supposed to look beyond what you're hearing, but you're not. You're trying to find information that supports whatever it is you want to be true. I try to find information of whatever it is that is true, whether I like it or not. I don't have to like the solve. The solve is nothing about me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have to like it at all. It may mean that I get a cup of hot tea. That's what the solve may mean. And I don't have to like it. but I have to understand it, and I have to know that it's true. Solve isn't about me. Solve isn't about you. Solve isn't about any of us. Solve is about Forrest Fenn. All this information is about what Forrest Fenn did and how he managed to do it. You keep trying to screw up. No, I don't care about the data. That's what I'm saying to you. Last time, Five Leaf. Last time. I'm trying to, be as nice as possible. All you need is the poem. All the information is in the poem. Gives you the story, gives you the timeline, helps you understand who Forrest Fenn was, help you understand what Forrest Fenn was going to do, and helps you understand something will end the chase. Whenever it ends the chase, that something will happen and the chase will end. In the poem. If your what do you call it? Cipher. If your cipher doesn't have that, what do you want me to do? This information comes from Forrest. If your cipher does not tell you the story, does not tell you who the real Forrest Fenn is, does not tell you what Forrest Fenn did, does not tell you the something that's going to end the chase, does not tell you the when, does not tell you all of these things, can't be right. Sorry, it can't be correct. If your cryptography, whatever you call it, your cipher, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't tell you all those things, you have part of something, not the whole. You don't have it. I don't worry about what other people say. I can't believe you even go there. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. There you go. No, it's not about that. I don't need to know. Don't tell me you found a chest. Doesn't that tell you something? Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know you found a chest. That tells you, anybody who is not thinking, this is all about me, don't tell me you found a chest, means nothing to do with the chest. Nothing to do with the chest is the answer. Because Forrest doesn't need you to tell him you found one. Doesn't need to tell him you found it. Just tell him what the poem says. Nothing to do with the chest. If your answer is something to do with the chest, it's the wrong answer. I don't know how much clearer he can make it. Absolutely don't know how much clearer he can make it. Don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says. Your answer tells you found a chest. Forrest doesn't want to know that because it's not the answer. And it says that in the poem. The cipher is not the answer. It even says Five Leaf must be shown this in order, blah, 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 blah. But you won't believe it. So there's no point in me showing you it. But I have done it. I've done it. I've done Troy. I've done Bill. I've done Street. Done Dave. Rob. Bear. Fendi. Indy. Otak. They're all written in the poem. Everybody's written in the poem. How Forrest did it, I don't know. Forrest said, there are no secrets, just stories not told. What is the story? Well, you will find out what the story is. And it's not about a cipher. It's not about a chest. But it is about something special that is geared to make everybody win. But you just don't want to listen because you want to say that you found a chest, which is never going to be the case. The chest is not for anybody. Yeah, it doesn't lend to being a child, does it, a cipher? But I don't know. People don't want to listen, so they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. There's nothing I can do. I'm not saying my solve's better than anyone's, but I am saying Forrest tells you if your solve is correct or not. If you don't want to listen to him, you'll never know. Bill says the soul is in Colorado. Well, Greg will find it with you, I think. It was discussed. What was discussed? Oh, I'm missing all of this. Oh, the copyright. Ooh. You might get to hear about that soon. Ooh. Can't say what's in the olive jar. It's copyrighted. So even that. I took it out of the jar because it was too personal. Why was it too personal? What's the difference between a memoir, a biography, and an autobiography? Which is talking about who? Forrest gave you the information you need in that statement. I put 2 hairs in there. What's that got to do with the cipher? All the information that Forrest gave was to tell people they were wrong and to prove to people that they were correct. And the information was given to aid the finder, not the seeker. If you don't understand the information, it's hard to believe that you are the finder or that you are the solver. You are still the seeker. The Forrest is not helping. Not that he doesn't want to help you, it's that you won't listen. How? No. There's no need to retract anything unless it's like personal to you. I mean, I don't mind hearing what people say. How are you going to get the answers if you don't have both sides? But thanks anyway, Indy. I'm not bothered. And you shouldn't be bothered. This is not about any individual person. This is about Forrest. This whole chase has been about Forrest doing something. And if you just want to fight over the chest that you're not going to get, I don't get it. Absolutely don't get it. I don't. You know, you should be trying to make sure that Forrest does this in order that everyone's a winner. But it just seems like you want to have it for yourself. He was looking for some. Yeah, we were looking for someone though, Tigger. 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. We were looking for someone. Forrest told us to look for someone. You know, I don't get why people don't see it. You know, there is a secret. There is a secret. And Forrest says 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. And now there is still a secret. But apparently both of them are dead. So who's got the secret? If you understand the secret, you understand what that statement is all about. If 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead, what was Forrest implying? And now if both of them are dead, what does that mean? Nobody can keep a secret because both of them are dead? Doesn't mean that at all. Absolutely doesn't mean that at all. But if you don't have the correct solve, you have no idea what that's about. No, the poem contains answers. The answers that Forrest already knows. Again, somebody making a statement without having the real solve. Doesn't need to write the spot down. Doesn't need to write it down. Because you know who. You don't need to know what, you know who. And if you know who, you know where the spot is. You know why it's special. Doesn't need to be written down. Doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be. The fact that you don't know the answers is why you make those statements. You don't listen. Nobody listens because they think they are correct and they do not want to be proved wrong. I'm telling you now, for the last time, you are never going to beat Forrest. You are never going to hold his hand and say, "Come here, old man. I'll guide you through this." That's not the case. He was laughing at everybody. I'm just having fun. If not for my name, I would have nothing. What does that mean? That means there's a name. There is a name. There is a person who has a special spot that people like you and other people in the chase could potentially damage should they have loose lips. All I've heard is people who have the soul saying, "This is a solve, this is where it was, I'm the solver," even though you're told not to. It's there in thought. That's the solve. So you've just told the whole world what Forrest told you not to say. What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's a good job it's not the right solve. It's a good job it's not the right solve. So it's the right solve, not the correct solve. Both of them are dead. No, that's what we're led to believe. Forrest is dead, and the person was already dead when Forrest made the statement. Who's person? No. 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 The treasure map is to show you where the treasure is. If you can read the treasure map, you're supposed to go to the treasure. That's the whole point. And if you have enough imagination, then words are pictures. And there is a cross that tells you this is the spot. And it's at just heavy loads and water high, which is just before the blaze. That's where you should be. And if you look quickly down, that's what you will see. And if you see that and you know where you are for the first time, you can understand why you can agree to say it was found in Wyoming, because the map that you have is a great meld to another map, a good map, a map that fits precisely onto it and tells you that you know where you are and you know where there is a spot. You know where there is one. You don't need to be told answers. You don't need to be told answers, but they are there. Now, the answer or answers that Forrest already knows are in the poem. They have to be in the poem because Forrest said, that's all you need. They have to be in the words because the poem is made of words. That doesn't mean to say you can't imagine pictures. That doesn't say that you can't see stuff in that poem. People don't listen because they want to be correct. I listen to everybody. But I tell you what the poem says, and you don't want to hear it. Not my fault, and I do not care. What you should be saying is, Forrest is making something happen, and in that, everybody wins. So let's help Forrest make it happen. You're not interested. You just want to be the person who solved this. People don't want to listen. The poem proves itself. The poem has the answers. Doesn't matter how you say it. You only need the poem. And if you are not interested in Forrest Fenn and only interested in the chest, you have not heard a single word he said. Hi, Kiwi. It doesn't matter. Bill, you can keep saying what you want. This is not about an individual solver. It's not about the solver. This chase, when something ends it, nothing to do with the solver, to do with Forrest Fenn. This chase, when something ends it, Forrest Fenn will let us know who the solver is. If it's you, Bill, you'll know. If it's Five Leaf, he'll know. If it's Street, he'll know. If it's Ben, he'll know. If it's Dave Mann from the East, he'll know. Everyone will know. Everyone will know. But everyone who's looking for a chest, you might as well resign yourself to the fact now it can't be you, because it wasn't about a chest. You agree that it's a law, but you still say it's the chest that you're looking for. What? What? If it's something more, what the? Has it got to do with the chest? It's nothing to do with the chest. It's to do with whatever Forrest is trying to make happen. It's to do with the memory that hasn't happened yet. It's to do with a place that he doesn't know where it is yet, but he only knows he's got to get there. Those are the words that Forrest used, paraphrase, but that's what it's about. It's about who the real Forrest Fenn is. It's about all those little words that Forrest used that you don't understand. That's what it's about. This will happen without a solver. If we're all wrong, we're all wrong. This will happen. Smoking Jew, but do you know why? It depends if it has coconuts. That's kind of. I've missed this now. For you, it's not about the solver. It's about not about me. It is not about me. Yep, I understand that, and fully understand that. Indeed, fully understand all the other stuff that you've talked about, because it is in the poem and in the research and goes all the way back to Ovid and blah 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 blah. But doesn't matter what anybody does, doesn't matter what anybody says, this was not about us. You can believe what you want. It wasn't about anybody finding a chest. No, 5. He didn't say it was up to the solver. It's up to the finder. The finder is in the Medium article. The author, the person that sent Pam the wrong email. Who was that? Oh, it's Forrest. And he's from East, isn't he? So the finder's Forrest. Oh, crap. The finder's going to let people know. Well, if the finder's Forrest, oh, crap. You don't listen. It's not about the solver. It's not about anybody. It's about Forrest. The shy guy from the East who wants to remain anonymous. The author of the Medium article. And I could be wrong. In the interview that Capro gave, what did Forrest say? You don't know because you weren't listening, because it didn't tell you what you wanted to hear. But I'll tell you what it did say. It said that guy from the East, that guy that found the plane, similar story to Jack, went looking for the treasure, Forrest treasure, his plane, went looking for it, couldn't find it. Couldn't find it at first. And then, after they were all out, then they found it and they gave it to Forrest, and it was one of his treasures now. But that guy who found it was from the East. Told you that in 2019. 2020, same guy from the East found it again. Or a bloke from the East found it again. Nothing to do with the solver. Nothing to do with the solver. If it's up to the finder, then it's not about Forrest anymore. And that's what he said. It's out of my hands. I'm just an observer. Because then you know who Forrest really is. You're not listening to anything that I'm saying, and you're not understanding anything you thought of. That's what's wrong with you lot. You don't listen and you don't understand. You're making the arguments there, but you don't understand the argument that you're using. It's out of my hands, Forrest said. It was up to the finder, the who and the where. I'm just an observer now. It's out of my hands. What's out of your hands, Forrest? The chest that was sold at the auction? Is that out of your hands now? And the chest that's going to be donated? Is that out of your hands now? What about Talk to the Gold? Whose hands is that in? You don't know, because you haven't solved the poem. But I tell you what, it's in somebody's hands. And you won't know you have the right warm water salt until you have the chest in your hands. You don't listen to what I'm saying, and you don't hear what you're thinking. But you make statements that don't make sense. Look at those statements that don't make sense and tell me if you really think that your cipher is correct. Because for me, it's hard to believe. I listen to what Forrest says and I try to work out what it means. And it means no. Man from the East is actually titled teachers from the mystery school. Yeah, the 7 schools, I know, blah, 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 blah. But, is Forrest one of those? Is he a teacher? It is in his... Okay, you can believe what you want. I'm not going to change your minds, even though what it says in the poem, I'm not going to change your minds. I'm not trying to change your minds. I'm trying to say, stop telling me the same bull that I don't believe. Stop telling me the same bull that I don't believe, not because it's me, because it doesn't work what Forrest said. It doesn't matter how much you believe it. It doesn't matter how many times you tell me it. It's not what Forrest said. It's not what he said. Absolutely. I tried to say it earlier, Indy, and I couldn't because I was trying to say he was doing the job of world leader. If there was such a thing as a world leader, if there was, for every country, he's doing that job. That's the job he's doing. He's not putting a chest out in the Rocky Mountains for one person to find. He's doing the job of the world leader. Not just America, not England, Australia, Japan, China, Russia, all of them. He's doing that job. Because the world has gone to shit. And Forrest knew it way back when. He tried to find a way so as everybody could win. But you won't listen, because all you're interested in is you have the answers to a chest that you are never, ever gonna get. I said in my poem, I will give you title to the gold. That's the answer to, does the finder get to keep the chest and the contents? But that answer that I just told you is a no, go fuck yourself. It's not about the chest. If your solve is about a chest, no. It's about title to the gold, of which Forrest has and knows all about. You don't know all about it. I don't know all about it, but he does. And he did this thing so as everybody could win. But you don't want that. You want to be the owner of a chest, an empty chest, because that's all that was put in the Rocky Mountains, maybe. I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it, this chest, because I, Forrest Fenn, hid the chest, and then I hid the treasure. Separately, I hid the chest, this empty chest, that you can have Five Leaf, you can have Bill, you can have Dave, you can have Street, you can have whoever thinks they found a chest. Here you go, here's this empty chest. Because that's all you were looking for. I'm not saying that's really the case, but I'm saying if you listen properly, that's what was said. Hid the chest, hid the treasure, 2 trips, 1 day. But you don't want to listen to it. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to think, what if? Because it doesn't give you a treasure chest full of gold, diamonds, jewelry. Oh, hang on a minute. There wasn't any of that. It was just gold. How does that work? Oh, is this the chest that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, Forrest? Yes. Okay, then. Got it. It was a chest that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. Okay. Yes, it's going to Heritage Auction. Okay. As long as I know it's the chest that was in the book. It's not a treasure. It's just the chest that was in the book with the gold in it. Nothing to do with the treasure. Just that chest. But it's going to auction. If you had the right solve, you'd know what that was about. But you haven't, so you don't. Neo, we do know you are not very fun. I'm missing all this. I can't back the cipher because, in my opinion, the cipher's wrong. If it was right, if it was correct, I would back it. It's a good solution at best. Why did you... See, you twist things, Street, because you lose. No, we came on your show because the poem told us that you would be able to tell the pros of what Forrest did. Pros being a story. Now, you believe that you're the only one the poem talks about because we came on that poem to you, on the chest about the thing to you. No, talks about Five Leaf, talks about Troy, talks about Bear, talks about Rob G, talks about Fendi, talks about Indy, talks about Otak, talks about Douglas Preston, talks about Cynthia Meacham, talks about Dal Neitzel, talks about Shelley Carney, talks about Toby Younis, talks about Daniel Barbarisi, talks about Barbara Anderson, talks about everybody in the chase. But just like this video that I'm doing today, there was information in there that was specific, that could be verified. Not just words that I thought up, that I thought were in there, real words, like your email, like your tattoo, which you unknowingly confirmed was where it was after I said it was the home of Brown. Because I was taking the piss out of it being tattoo at the home of Brown. But you confirmed where it really was, which is what it says in the poem. That is why we came on your show, to prove that the poem's words are real, even if you don't understand them. Also, we came on there to prove that there was a map in the poem, a readable map that could help someone understand why you can agree to say it's in Wyoming. That's why we came on your show, to prove that the poem is self-confirming. Everything you read in the poem, not everything, everything that Forrest put in the poem that is about the chase is true. Just like the Powerball was true. Just like the lawyer's office was true. Just like going to the Flat Island in the Madison was true, then to Totem Cafe. Just like Far Too Soon with Ryan Bavetta and Pam in the poem. True. True. All these things are true. Now this video, this one, is another true video about a video coming out. If you go back to the beginning, you'll see it. And this video that we're doing is because there's lots of information in the poem that I should have given out according to the poem, telling me to tell the people that they are not correct. But that could be my own bias, so I didn't do that. But this video, I have to do, because it's factual. It's going to happen, whether I like it or not. The poem tells me to tell everyone, so I'm telling everyone to prove that the poem has the information that me and Davey B say it has. That's why we went on your show. Now, you don't want to listen to that because you say it's there in thought, but that there in thought is in the poem, along with the gasoline and the Mensa, along with the Kent and Esther, along with everything that everybody's talked about. D.B. Cooper, it's all in the poem. Why is it in the poem? Why do we talk about it? Because you and you and you and you and you stole the answers off Forrest Fenn and used them for yourself. You got the information that Forrest leaked, like Try the Wheel, admitted by Troy himself. You got that information and used it to get a soul from it. They're the wrong answers. They're the wrong answers. Now me, I didn't use the information on the vlogs. I used the information off Forrest, and I copied what was it in his book, not what was on anybody else's. That's why we went on your show, to give the information that the poem says give, like this one that talks about the interview on the 15th. That's why we do those things. Because the poem says do it. Nothing to do with me. This chase is nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with Davey. Nothing to do with anybody here. And I never said that you said that. See, you don't even listen to what I'm saying. I never said that you said the poem's talking to you. And I haven't said that either, Bill. I have said, I read the poem, and those are the things that it says. You can read the poem yourself. Nobody's stopping you. But you want to be the hero. You want to be the hero that did it on your own, and you found it this way, and that is the only way it can be done. The only trouble is there's 30 of you saying that. There's 30 of you or more saying that. This is the only way the poem can be solved. I'm the person who has the right answer. I'm the person that's got us right. Chase Inc. have done me out of this, that, and the other. I don't know. I don't mind being crazy. We're using the poem to find out where Forrest has been. It's in the poem, Joe. And so what if we are? Does it really affect you that much? Yeah, it doesn't matter, Davey. It's no point, you know. It's exactly what I said to you. It doesn't matter if you tell anybody the truth. They won't listen because their answer has to be the right answer. You know, there's nothing that I could show them everything that it says in that poem. And David Taylor, I've got hundreds of things that it says in that poem. I could show you all of them, and you still will not believe. And I don't care. I don't care, because something is going to end this chase. Something is going to end it. And when it ends, you will all see. And I hope you spend as much time giving Forrest the credit that he deserves that you have spent criticizing him about how this chase was supposed to have ended, because it hasn't ended yet. I hope you spend as much time doing that, along with Shiloh and the rest of the family. I hope you do that, but I know you won't. Once you find out what the answer is, you'll just disappear. No, you don't. You absolutely don't, Bill. You're right there. But I can tell you now, it's not pocket change. No, I don't. This video is to absolutely let you tell me who you really are. If I am the solver, if Davey is the solver. Knowing what people are really like should, when this ends, can only be a good thing. Hi, Woody. How you doing? Hope you've had a good start to the new year. Hi, Steve. Canteen pants are in the poem. Yep, absolutely. Trust is in the poem too. Everybody's in there. You know, nobody's, well, I say nobody's exempt. Newman might be exempt. But I think he's purposely chose a name that wouldn't be in the poem. You tell him. Bill has the title. Listen, anybody in this chat could be the solver. I can't deny that because I'm not Forrest Fenn. But what I can say is nobody has told me who the real Forrest Fenn is. Nobody has told me why the spot is so special to Forrest. Nobody has told me why, if he solved the first two clues, it's academic after that. Nobody has told me why the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. Nobody has told me why, if you knew the home of Brown, you go right to it. All of those things that I've stated, nobody's told me that. And therefore, it's hard to believe that you have the correct solve. Because you would know all those things. I say you need to know, but you would know all of those things if you had the correct solve. Walmart is absolutely in the poem, and so is the owner, and so is Adidas, and so is NASA, and so is, well, lots of others. I sent a letter to Forrest saying, you know, it's hard to know who to tell in regard to the answers. I can't remember how I worded it because of all the people in there. It's hard to trust anyone with what's in the poem. There are people in that poem that have as much money, or the same people, as Elon Musk. I'm not talking millionaires, I'm talking billionaires in that poem. Stan Kroenke, what's her name from Walmart? Somebody Walton. Oh, I can't remember her name. She's in there. The Blaze bloke, Bezos. I'm talking, the Fort Worth people. They're in the poem. Poem in a grid has only 24 lines of garbage. Well, Jack gridded the poem. Jack gridded the area and found it. Hang on, let me think. What would a good archaeologist do? Oh, yeah. He would grid it, wouldn't he? Good archaeologist would grid it, and then he would know where he was going, one foot on the other. Continuous, chronological, contiguous. Oh, yeah. That would be a good idea. It'd be nice to do it like that, wouldn't it? Do it like an architect or an archaeologist. Yeah, that makes sense, that does. Please touch. Don't step on a crack. Yeah. Grid in the poem. Grid in the area. Yeah. How would you find it? You'd grid the search area, wouldn't you? You'd grid it. And then you'd be able to find it, wouldn't you? You'd be able to pinpoint it, especially if you had Google Earth and, coordinates. If you had a good map, you'd find it, wouldn't you? And then you'd be able to understand why it was in Wyoming, because you'd know where you were. Exactly where you were. Exactly. To a foot, maybe, size of a sheet of paper, which maybe has a title on it. Exactly where you were. You'd be able to do that. Oh, precisely. You'd be able to follow it precisely. You'd know where you were. Using your imagination. Understanding why you must go. All of them things that are in the poem. I haven't read most of the chat, so I don't know. I think Dave is keeping up. Aren't they? What if you had a cipher 5? What if you had a substitution? What if you had ABC as simple as 1, 2, 3? What if you had something like that? What if a cipher? What if it wasn't a cipher? Just substitution. A bit like your number plate. Is X in the poem? Is X in the poem? Of course it is. Of course it is. You'd be foolish not to think it was. And if you were doing your cipher, you should have known that. But you don't, because you think there's only one way. There isn't only one way. You make statements, but you don't know what it is that you're saying. You haven't worked it out. Yes, your cipher is a cipher that any treasure hunter, go to Randy Pishel, who's doing the Beacon Star. Go to Randy. Ask him how many people he knows, or himself, who would be able to do that cipher. He does a treasure hunt. It's called the Beacon Star. Ask him if he knows of anybody who does that cipher. How long do you think it would take them, those people that set up the hunts? They set up hunts with those ciphers in them. They set them up. How long do you think it would take to find that cipher? Not long. And his ciphers, Randy's ciphers, apparently in the Beacon Star are harder than that, because they haven't solved it. They haven't solved the Beacon Star, but you solved the thrill of the chase. Yeah. What? Wait, what? They haven't solved the Beacon Star, but you solved the thrill of the chase. And the Beacon Star has more ciphers in than God knows what. and they haven't solved that. You solved the thrill of the chase? Sorry, no. Thanks. There's a lot of places in the poem. Thanks, Steve. I don't think I'll be going there then. I know, right. Where is X marks the spot on Redneck Express? They aren't in the poem. Please explain. I have explained 100 times. I've just explained to you. This is the bit that got me confused and why I sent Forrest the email. It's like, surely people can't be this ignorant. Surely they can't. And surely they can't be this greedy. I have just explained to you, just now, not a few minutes ago, ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. I've just explained to you, just explained how X is there. I have just explained to you. Now, what other words can you use for the letter X? 5, 10. Oh, is it a Roman numeral? Could it be a Roman numeral? Could 5 leaf be V leaf? Could that be a substitution, which Forrest said you needed, or, had to find or seek out, or whatever the substitutes? Could it be? Could it be easy as 1, 2, 3? A1, B2, C3. Could there be Roman numerals? V is 4. No, 1V is 4. V is 5. V1 is 6. Is it possible there's an X in the poem? Could there be a 10 in the poem? But you're not listening. Why are you not listening? Because all you hear is cipher. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening. And then you ask me the same question over and over after I've given you the answer. I don't get it. And you can say you solved it, and you may have solved it 5. But it does not have a wet chest at the end of it. It does not lend to what Forrest said. It is not solved after the first 2 clues. It's not. I don't care what you say. I know it's not. I've been there. It's not solved after the first 2 clues. Never in a million years. Never in a million years. It's not solved if I know the Homer Brown with the cipher. It's not. Never in a million years. Never. Ever. Now, whilst you think you've solved it, and I can't say you're wrong, because I do not know what Forrest Fenn was thinking when he did this poem, I can't say it. But what I can say is, in my mind, when I look at it, it does not match what Forrest Fenn said. It doesn't match it. It doesn't matter how much you scream about it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't match it. It doesn't matter if you are part of Chase Inc. and this is the chaos. It doesn't matter, because it's not about us. It's not about us. It's not. The chest is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. My solve doesn't matter. Your solve doesn't matter. Trusted solve doesn't matter. Troy's solve doesn't matter. Street solve doesn't matter. None of them matter. When this happens, you will know the answers, and Forrest will have made it happen. That's what you don't understand. I don't understand why you don't understand it, but that's what you don't understand. I said in my poem, I give you title to the gold. I don't understand what is so difficult to understand about that. I really don't. Not a chest. Not a chest. Not a chest. I don't understand what's so difficult to understand. Does the finder get to keep the chest and the contents? I said in my poem, I'll give you title to the gold, which means, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, not about that. It's not about that. No, no, I won't. I won't kiss your butt. Sorry, Bill. Five Leaf might. He's, he's after a bit of money, but no. Maybe had to use the second poem. Maybe you just had to understand what begin it where warm waters halt meant. And that's another thing, why the word halt? My soul matters, just ask me. Say the secret word. Please. None of the souls mattered. I'm sorry, trusted. They don't matter. Not in the grand scheme of things, they don't matter. They might matter to you. They might matter, as a compensation thing, but yes, he said you could win $1 million chest. No other new rules. No, he said you could go home with a chest so full of blah, 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 that it's too heavy for one man to carry. You could. You could. That's a bit open-ended, isn't it? You could go home with that. You might go home with nothing. Or you could go home with an empty chest. You could go home with. Or you could go home with title to the gold. The X in the poem is how and why Forrest and the soul will cross paths at X marks. The fact that you can agree to say it's in Wyoming, you should have an understanding of everything. And if you understand who set all this up, you don't need the hairs in the chest. If you don't need any of that to know who the fool was that did this thing, then you solved the poem, in my opinion. If you don't need all those answers, you solved the poem. Or you had enough information to know what this was about. So when your soul does that, and you tell me what that is, I might agree that that's correct. Not that my opinion means anything, just that you have to. If it doesn't match what Forrest said, then you're just full of wind. There's just nothing there. I don't make it about anything. It's not about spirituality. It's not about all those things that people talk about. And it doesn't matter if it is. I don't think you're getting it. I really don't think you're getting it. It does not matter what it is. It's not a chest. It's not anything that you thought of. It's about Forrest making it happen. It's about something ending the chase. And it's about knowing who the fool was that did it. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Knowing who the fool was that did this thing, that abandoned this treasure or whatever he said. That's what it's about. You will know that answer. You, and you. You'll know that answer. That's what this is about. That fool who put the hairs in the chest. That fool who took it out because it was too personal. Why was it too personal? What's the difference between a memoir, a biography, and an autobiography? Look it up. Work it out. Why did Forrest take it out? Because it was too personal. He's put fucking hairs in the chest to show who this fool was, but he took this out because it was too personal. Are you having a laugh? Are you trying to think about anything other than $1 million of gold? Or are you trying to work out what Forrest Fenn was saying? I took it out because it was too personal. I didn't think my bank would still be here. Those things, I'm going to say you have to know. Not you have to know. You would know. You would know those things. You would know the answers to those things if you had the correct solve. You would know about the hairs in the chest, why they're there. You don't need those hairs to tell you who it is. You don't need them. You already know, just like Forrest does. The answers I already know. Because that fool did this. And who that fool is will probably tell you he did it when something ends the chase. We are all losers and winners, but you have to accept both or you cannot win. Listen, I think everybody is a winner. That's what Forrest was trying to achieve, to make everybody a winner. So I don't think anybody's a loser. But I do think the way that some people act makes them losers. But people keep trying to say I'm wrong. I'm 5. You are right. It is a solution, just like everybody else's solution is right. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's a winner. That's how it goes. Everybody's a winner. But this wasn't about any of us. It doesn't matter if we're correct or not. It really doesn't. It matters if Forrest can make it happen. When it happens, all good. All good. When it happens, it's all good. But if you're only bothered about a chest, which Forrest is saying is never going to happen, it's not going to happen because I told you I'd give you title to the gold. Because I said I hit a chest and then I hit a treasure. Because I said, does anybody know about my secret treasure? Because I said, because of all these hints that he gave. If you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you are a failure. You should know what that is about. Even my costs are making a profit. You should know what that's about. It shouldn't be bugging you. What the heck does that mean? You should know what that means. You should know what that means. There is no subterfuge there. There is no subterfuge there. There is information there to aid the finder, not the seeker. You should know what they relate to. You should know. And if you don't know, it's hard to believe that you have the correct solve. I could be wrong. Absolutely. Davey B could be wrong. Absolutely. I don't deny that. But what I am saying is the evidence posted does not tally with what Forrest Fenn said. It doesn't. I can either believe what you're saying and what I found, or I can believe Forrest. If I believe myself, I could be biased. How can I believe you if you're saying something different than Forrest is saying? So now I have 3 people. I have 3 people I can believe in. I can believe in you, 5 Leaf, Trusted, Street, Bill, and everybody else, sorry. I can believe in you and your ideas. I can believe in me and my ideas. Or I can believe in Forrest and his ideas. Well, out of us people, there is only one of us that set this up. It wasn't me. It wasn't you. So there's only one person I'm going to listen to. Forrest. I have been right hundreds of times. I have been the most right that anybody could be. I have gone to these places in the poem and I have typed in a fucking number which gives me what it is that I expect to receive. And then I think, well, hang on a minute. This is a man-made structure. How can that be right? But you couldn't get more precise than that. It was a green door, like the green door on the Too Far to Walk. It was a number 9. 9 clues. And there were other souls exactly like that leads me directly to the spot right there, right to A3 size paper, whatever, 12 by 9.5, you know, the distance that you need to be from finding the treasure. That piece of paper, that's how far you need to be. I've been to all those places and they're perfect. Except Forrest slaps me around the face and says, how can that be perfect? It's a man-made structure, you idiot. How can that be perfect? The chest is dry. How can that be perfect? It's below 5,000 feet. How can that be perfect? So I'll cross them off. And I've been in all 4 states with brilliant souls that no one's going to beat. No one's going to beat these souls, not even the cipher solve. No one's going to beat them. And then I listen to Forrest and he says, no, you're wrong. You're stupid. You're not listening to me. So I tell myself, this is my bias. Forrest must be right. He must be right. He set this up. His information can't be incorrect, but mine can. Yours can. So I'm going to listen to Forrest. Forrest says no. He said no to There in Thought. He said no to the cipher. He said no to all of those solves, Kent and Esther, whatever it is. Whatever it is. And the reason he said no, because all of those solves you can stumble on, even in thought. Somebody could have stumbled on that idea, even in thought. And you're not ever going to be 200 foot from a thought. It's not going to happen. And many people 500 foot from it. And all the other reasons why it can't be that answer, even though it's a great answer. Even though it's a great answer. Dell was 1,000 foot from it. How can Dell be 1,000 foot from a thought? And it has to be Street's thought, because it's his head that the thought is in. And how is it possible to meet at Warm Waters Holt when you don't know where that is? In thought. You don't know where it is. So how can you meet Forrest? Now, what you could do, what is possible, say, okay, at 7 p.m., no, yeah, it'll be dark at 7 p.m. You live in Ohio, I live in New Mexico. What we'll do is we'll go out at 7 p.m., we'll look up at the moon, and we'll both be in the same place at the same time. You could do that, but then you'd have to talk to the person to find out that you both got to look at the moon. So no, it's not there in thought. With all of the things that Forrest says, it can't be, because you cannot meet somebody at Warm Waters Holt if you don't know where it is, because Forrest said, if you don't have it, you have nothing. There is nothing in the cipher that proves where Warm Waters Holt. It doesn't prove it. It just tells you what you want it to tell you. But the poem tells you where Warm Waters Holt is. And when you find the blaze, you know where you are for the first time, and you understand what all of that poem was talking about. Well, that bit that you lot follow. You understand what all that was talking about. The cipher doesn't tell me about Terry Scamp with Marvel Gaze and get the fuck out of there. It doesn't tell me that. But you understand that if you have the right solve, correct solve. I'll just go on, but you know, you don't want to listen. I don't know why I'm trying to convince you that I'm not saying you're wrong. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're right. I'm just saying the answers you give are not Forrest Fenn's answers. They're not Forrest Fenn's answers. So I have to, in my mind, just like I had to come on today because it says in the poem, do so. In my mind, I have to say no. That does not mean to say I'm right, and it won't say that you're wrong. It just means to say I have used Forrest Fenn's statements and looked at the solve and gone, yeah, it doesn't make sense. And again, it doesn't matter. It's not about us. There's only one person this is about. One person. No, two people. There's two people this is about. Two people. And neither of them is the solver. Neither of them is the solver. When you find out these two people, then you can argue your claim. You can argue your claim as much as you want. When you find out these two people, nothing to do with the solver, these two people, when you find out the two hairs in the chest, when you find out, you know, the copyright, when you find out all of those things, when you find that out, I don't think you will make any claim to be the solver finder. I don't think that'll be the case. You will know then what I'm trying to tell you now. You will know then what I'm trying to tell you now, that you should know those answers that I've been talking about. You should know those answers. And I'm not trying to be clever. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm not trying to be anything other than Forrest Fenn did this and he's going to make it happen. Nothing we did will change that. Nothing. I don't care how important you want to feel. I don't care how clever you think you are. Nothing we did, nothing will change what Forrest Fenn is gonna make happen. And if you really did solve the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase, you will get the reward that you deserve. You will get it. I'm 100% certain of that. You will get it. If you did what you're supposed to do, you will get it. But something has to end the chase. And that's all you're waiting for. If you're right, if you have the answers, you will get what you deserve. And I hope whoever it is does get what they deserve. I really do hope that. But first and foremost, I hope Forrest makes it happen. We're all winners. Cheers, man. End it. What, the stream or the chase? Forrest did not write a dictionary. No, he wrote an encyclopedia. He just studied the dictionary. And I don't mind being nuts. I don't mind being nuts. I don't even need to write it. I can have a picture on a stamp. I could have a picture on a stamp. Don't need to write anything. Absolutely don't need to write nothing. I'll give you a stamp. That's it. Over. I could give you, I don't know, I could give you a coin with the information on it that will tell you it's over. What else? I could show you a satellite, tell you why it's over. What else? Or I could just give you the name. Because if not for my name, I would have nothing, Forrest said. I don't see anybody with a solve that explains why a name, one name. Is it Forrest Fenn's name? Is it Forrest Fenn's name? If not for my name, I would have nothing. Is it Forrest Fenn's name? Is it the person who's dead's name? Two can keep a big secret. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Is it that name? But then Forrest said, if not for my name, I would have nothing. Answers, answers. Don't mess with my poem. So we want, but just wants to learn to avoid the truth. There's a group of people who are getting you all to do it. Postpone the truth. Read, which is something no one does anymore. Read, and it is. It doesn't matter what anybody does, Sophia. This won't end until something ends it. This won't end until something ends it. And for me, it's important that, Forrest didn't want the spot damaged. For me, that's important. That's the most important thing, that does not happen. But thanks, Sophia. Bill, I don't know whether you're part of Chase Inc., whether you're Forrest's brother, whether you just, sometimes you say stuff and sometimes you're just chaos. Every square inch is on the record. Lawbreakers should backtrack. There's no law breaking going on. Well, forest security might have been Q. I think there's higher than presidential security, isn't there? There's stuff that even the president don't know. Forrest Fenn, how dare you say that? Forrest Fenn is not in the poem. Bill, you're naughty, you are. This is more total BS to hide the solve than the solution. It ends when the solver ends it. Solver can't end it. Forrest couldn't end it. Solver can't end it. Could ruin it all. What funny is nobody gets it. So those people who shout the loudest normally are not correct. Those people who protest too much are normally not correct. But everybody could argue about their solve being correct. Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the solver is. It's crazy that you argue about if you're the one who did it or not. Forrest is doing it. And when it happens, you'll know. Good or bad, you'll know. Something will end the chase. You will know what that was, how it came about, understand the whole, chaos thing. And Forrest, who decided probably in 2020, 2019 or whatever, who the person was that gave the information, will get whatever it is they're supposed to get. But you should know what that is. You should know what that is. I don't know what that's a picture of, Tigger. Well, scratch it then. Bill, you have a thread of truth, but you did not solve the poem. I think everybody has a thread of truth, Newman. I really do. I think there's a bit of the soul in everyone. But I don't think they see the big picture. I don't think they care about what Forrest tried to do, or is trying to do, or has tried to do, or however you want to talk about it. There's 2 hairs in the chest. 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Why do you think that Forrest is in this alone? Dead can mean silent. 2 can keep a secret if one of them is silent. 2 can keep a secret if one of them is silent. Now, if one of them is really dead, 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. What if the other person is alive? But you should know that. If you have the solve, you should know. Some fuckers already be hacking all kinds of shit and seriously in danger of exposing what they or who they work for. Funny or cute or escapable anyone. Don't understand what that's all about. I don't do any hacking. I know that for sure. No one's going to do any hacking. Nobody needs to know what anybody's solve is. This is not about. I don't get it. He's still going on about you're the solver, you're this, you're that, but it's nothing to do with anyone. Absolutely nothing to do with anyone. The solves are irrelevant. The something is not irrelevant. What is the one thing that everyone's missing? It's important to the story. I'm leaving that for the finder. The one thing that everyone is missing, once you find that, you're halfway there. The one thing that everyone is missing. And yet everyone's saying they've got a solve, but they don't address the one thing that everybody missed. They don't address it, the one thing that everybody missed. But to help you understand that, like I've just said, a memoir, a biography, a autobiography. What is the difference between those things? What has that got to do with 2 hairs? How, when we all know, every one of us, Cypher, Trusted Solve, Street Solve, anybody solves, when we all know who the fool was that abandoned the treasure, We all know it's Forrest because he told us it was him. Why do we need to solve anything? Why do we need those hairs? There's a secret, which is a story that is not told yet. And if you don't know the story, and if you don't know the secret, you haven't got the solve, in my opinion. But again, this is not for you to solve. It's not for anybody to solve. You were not getting a chest. You were not getting one. Forrest was going to make this wonderful thing happen. And hopefully everybody would be a winner with this wonderful thing that Forrest spent years setting up and achieving and making happen. If you found a chest and you want the chest, what's title to the gold? And why don't you want that? I don't get it. I don't get it. Autobiography was written by the person it is about. And the biography? Why did he write a memoir? Read it, it's all about Forrest Fenn. Why a memoir? Why a biography? Why autobiography? And why did he take it out? Because it was too personal. There's a reason. A simple, easy to understand reason. Why did Forrest say, I took out the IOU? In case my bank wasn't there. Why did Forrest say, if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure? Why did Forrest say, even my costs were making a profit? Strange things to say they are. There are answers to all of those statements, but I don't think you know them. Because if you did, you would not give me the souls you're giving me if you knew those answers to those statements. Even my costs were making a profit. If you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure. What? What? Those are pure gold hints. Pure gold. Pure gold hints as to understanding the story. But you're still looking for a chest. You don't want to know what the story is. No one's shitting on your bill. You're just trying to make people eat what they don't want to eat. Everyone wins. Thanks, Steve. Well, that was the aim. Some people will still moan. Where did he say that in the poem, Mary? Where did he say what? Everyone's shitting on Bill. I don't know. About the hat. In the hat, he said the hat is at the bottom where it says Bill Gorman. And street. And mildew. And all sorts of things. Now, if your solve is correct, you would know who Forrest was worried about you finding out about. He said, I hope nobody ever finds out. Lorraine Mills says, then who is the real Forrest Fenn? And he says, I hope no one ever finds out. So there has to be a real Forrest Fenn. Or there has to be somebody else, which is a secret, which is a story not told. So if you know the story, you know the secret, and you know the something, and you know the spot, you know why it's special, you know why these timelines aren't as accurate as they should be, and why there's no need to worry, because everything's in motion and the something will happen. That is a definite. The definite is that something will happen. But Forrest couldn't end it. We're just waiting for lightning to get out of his own way. All it takes is 166 words and nothing else. Bill, to solve one part of the poem, it would take 6 words to have a simple solve. 6 words to have a simple solve. That's all it takes. And the rest is just to know the place for the first time. 6 words, do all that messing about, and then know the place for the first time at the blaze, where you see the just heavy lows in water high. But Terry Scamp with Marvel Gaze, don't want to be there too long. Yep, absorbing air force, there's no saying. Well, do it then, Bill. If you're the solver, what are you waiting for? Take the title, go. Same with you, Five Leaf. If you think you've done it, take whatever it is as the answer, which is title to the gold. Take it. Fuck everyone. Do it. Anybody in chat who thinks they've got a solve that is absolutely 100% correct, you should know what it is. Take it now. Do it now. Right now. It's possible. It's possible right now to do it. And you could fuck it all up. But you don't know what it is, so you can't. You don't know what it is, so you can't. Billy's getting the estate. Everything that Forrest said can be believed, but it has to be understood before you can believe it. Everything that happens in the chat is for entertainment. Everything that is whispered is possibly a good answer. I think you really think Forrest is still alive. Why shouldn't you think that? And even if he wasn't, somebody else might still be alive. And somebody else might be more important than Forrest. You weren't listening, were you, Bill? 2 can keep a secret if one of them is silent. 2 can keep a secret if one of them is dead. It means the same thing. So while Forrest was alive, somebody was silent. If Forrest is dead, that silent person might be more important than Forrest. You see, you don't listen to the things that I say, but you make statements anyway. You haven't heard a word I've said, even though I'm probably telling you the answers. You haven't heard a word because you don't care. You only see that you solved it, and you may have done. And all the arguing in the world, all the saying that people are picking on you, all the blaming Chase Gov, all the blaming the family is not going to change the fact you have to wait until something ends it before you find out if you are correct or not. It's that simple. No postulating or screaming or shouting or threatening or blaming other people make any difference. It wasn't about your solve. It wasn't about anybody's solve. It's about Forrest making something happen. And you'll find that out. You'll find that out. I can't understand why everyone just can't get along and wait for the truth. And that will be just like the punch on the nose that Forrest got from the cowboy when you find out the truth. If you're real searchers who are not in this just to cause the chaos, 2010 it started, people all together, given the poem, given the information, and then trying to solve it, not being able to, and then finding out that Jack took it off him, must have got you pissed. Must have got you really pissed. But it was still about Forrest making it happen, not about you solving it. That's the truth. It's about Forrest making it happen. But you can't see that. You won't read that page. Just read that page and tell me if that talks about a solver finding a chest that they're going to keep. Don't. Did Forrest bite off more than he can chew? No, I think people expect more than Forrest can give and blame Forrest for things that they don't understand. Forrest, I don't know how he's done it, but I don't know how he could keep it, the way that he has. But this will happen, and things will change, and Pandora will be running around the place, and most people will be happy. Some will, be a bit pissed, I think. Yeah, I think the poem has a lot of answers. People say that it hasn't, but it has a lot of answers. That is never going to happen, Bill. I have said nothing that is not truthful. So there's no way I'm going to eat my words. Ever. Ever. Never going to eat my words. And I've said, you could all be right. I just don't think you are. But you could be. How is that? Why should I eat my words with that? You don't want to hear that bit. You just want to hear that I'm saying you're wrong. You don't want to hear the fact that I've said you're right. And you have some part of the being right, as you've been told by other people. But you don't want to hear it. You don't want to read it. You don't want to hear it. Well, I'll go with some of that. You only need the keys. You don't need the money. In the term that you're talking anyway. You might not even need the bank. You underestimate my Fenn knowledge. Is that the other? I don't underestimate your Fenn knowledge. See, you don't listen. You're one of the people that Forrest must have been talking to in the poem. I said you could be Forrest Fenn's brother. How, in any world, how does me saying you could be Forrest Fenn's brother mean that you don't know enough about Forrest? If you're Forrest Fenn's brother, you know more than anyone. So how, Bill, does that say that you don't know enough about Forrest? So you're not listening to me. You only hear what you want to hear because that's the person you are. And that's why Forrest wrote in the poem. So hear me all and listen good. Because most of you are reacting the same. You are not listening to the information you're given, and you're accusing people of doing stuff they're not doing. So I'll tell you again, Bill. You could be Forrest Fenn's brother. Go back into the screen, watch it, you'll hear me say it. You could be Forrest Fenn's brother, because sometimes you say really good things, and other times it's like you don't know. So I don't know why you say the things you do. Good night, sweetheart, while it starts. Good night, sweetheart, while it starts. No, this will not work the way forward. Yeah, it will. This will still work the way that you wanted it to. Yeah, they can't all be correct. That's impossible. It can't be Trusted. It can't be Bill. It can't be Five Leaf. It can't be Dave from the East. It can't be Barbara. It can't be Street. It can't be, I don't know, 30 people. You can't all be 100% right. The fact that there's that many people who think they are must tell you. It must tell you you may be wrong. Because you can't all believe it that much. It's not possible. So that means you're meant to believe that it's right, because it's easy enough to find. But this is difficult but not impossible. So you can't all be right. Believe what you want. Believe what you want. I've done what I'm supposed to do. I told you what it says in the poem. You told me to say it, I've said it. When this ends, when this something ends it, I don't care whether I'm right or wrong. Told Davey the same. Told Davey, I don't care if I'm the solver or not. I don't care who is the solver. Only that this happens the way that Forrest wanted to make it happen. That's what I care about. And I've waited as long as I've waited because that's what I care about. This happens when something ends it. This happens when something ends it. Forrest couldn't end it even if he wanted to. Because the answers were already written. And this has not finished because the answers are still part of the story. And something still needs to be done because a clomp of the boot is what the chest was waiting for. That hasn't happened. That has not happened. When those things happen, you'll get your answers. But if you don't understand those things, it's hard to believe that you have the correct soul. Yes, I find words that are not in the poem, but they are. Is there a key word in the poem? Yes. But you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. How does that fit in with a cipher? How does it fit in with Bill's solve? How does it fit in with Street solve? How does it fit in with Barbara's solve? How does it fit in with Trusted solve? Nobody wants to work it out. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Tigger. I came on to tell people what it said in the poem. It doesn't matter whether any of us are correct. It really doesn't. It matters if Forrest can make it happen. And then, I appreciate you saying what it is. And then we'll all know. We'll all know the special spot, why it's special, why 9 Mile Hole, why Jack, why Puerto Rico, why this, why that, why the two hairs, why. We'll know everything. And it won't be to do with somebody finding a chest and having that solve. It won't be that. Again, it doesn't matter if the bullet ended it. It doesn't. The bullet won't end this. Well, I don't know, synonym of it might, but something ends the chase, 5. It's not me. It's not you. It's not how good you are. It's not how good I am. You just won't listen. But, it's up to you. You can be an angry man who thinks the world's against him, or you can believe in Forrest and think that he's trying to do something to make everybody a winner. It's up to you which one you choose. I know which one I choose. I'm not bothered, I don't care whether I'm the solver or not. Told Forrest that I'd finished, I wasn't searching anymore. That's true. I'm not searching. I don't need to search. I have the answers. I'm not bothered. There's nothing you can do. You wait until something ends it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And Forrest makes it happen. Pandora's box is open. Embroidery starts. Happy days. That's it. And there's not one person here who's going to worry about a chest. It's not about the chest. I think Forrest has given enough. Everything touches exactly. It's, people try to use Forrest words to discount people's souls, but what they don't do is listen to those words and work out where they've come from. Your poem, Solve, has to be touching. Has to be. Do you know why I say that? Not because he talked about touching. Firstly, he said, step on a crack, break mother's back, which means there can't be any spaces. He also said, please touch. But the most important thing that he said was it was contiguous, continuous, and chronological. If your solve isn't that, no. Also said you had to shift, drift, and adjust. Well, that means go one way and then the other. And adjust. Change it. Change it. So everything that I'm doing in the poem, everything, every single little thing that I'm doing in the poem is what Forrest said. But what he first said was do it precisely to the letter, word for word. Precisely. Do it precisely. Will lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure. 9 clues. So you do those things precisely, to the letter, word for word. Why to the letter? Because his mother was waiting for the postman. All those letters, all them letters. The postman was delivering those letters. Do you know how I know? Because they were on the ball of string. That's what you have in the poem. You have all those balls of string. You know what those balls of string make? Doodles. They make doodles as you read them, which is why Forrest doodles look a little bit out of shape. Because maybe, if you put those doodles on the poem, it might give you an answer. Maybe. Now, I'm not saying I'm correct, and I don't care if I'm correct. I don't care if I'm correct. I care if Forrest makes it happen. Because if Forrest makes it happen, I'm a winner. Davy B's a winner. Forrest is a winner. Street's a winner. Five Leaf's a winner. Bill's a winner. If maybe they were good boys and girls. If maybe they believed in a maverick. Because if they didn't, maybe they were crossed off the list. Maybe Santa said no. Now, I don't know how Forrest works it out. I don't know if he went, I have, and this is just figures, I have 50 chests, and I'm going to put this information out for people to find. And those 50 people that came with the answers that I've given them these answers, I've given them the code cipher, I've given them try the wheel, I've given them in thought, I've given them blah, 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 Kent and Esther, Superman, blah, whatever it is. I've given all these answers out. Whoever comes back to me with those answers that I've give out and tell me the right answer, they get something. As long as they believe in me, as long as they believe in the solve, as long as they believe in the poem, as long as they believe in the thrill of the chase, I'm good with that. But if they turn against me, if they deny the poem, if they deny the solve that I gave them, if they go outside of that and use the internet and do all the strange researching, then they won't get it. And then it whittles down to who's left. So maybe you just had to find a chest and you got something, but you didn't get to the gold. You got something that deemed you worthy because you believed in the maverick and you found a chest that was given to you by Forrest Fenn. Here's your solve. Run with it. But it boiled down, but being an important word, it boiled down to don't want to miss an email from that person. Don't want to miss an email from that person or that man. Now, I've told you before, you don't want to believe it, you don't have to believe it. Who was Forrest talking about when he said a blind man can't find the chest? Not a blind person, not a blind woman, somebody who is well known in the chase, who is blind. A blind man can't find the chest. If that blind person still thinks they're the solver, I don't know. But on top of it, he said, punctuation won't help. So now you have a blind man and punctuation won't help. If that doesn't stop the person thinking they're not the solver, I don't know. And the list goes on. Because what Forrest did was, somebody gave him an answer and he went, that's not right. I better tell them that's not right. And maybe they deserve another turn. Maybe if the try is sincere, maybe. So Forrest was doing all these things. In my opinion, could be wrong. But I tell you now, Forrest doesn't say the chest is wet for nothing. And if you discount that, I don't know what to tell you. I absolutely don't know what to tell you. Forrest doesn't say, did the hot water affect the patina for nothing? If you discount that, I don't know what to tell you. It's two statements about the same thing almost. The chest is wet. Did the hot water affect the patina? And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. If you don't put that into your solve, try to work out what Forrest meant, I don't know what to tell you. But it doesn't matter. This was not about finding the chest in the Rocky Mountains. That was a lure for the big picture. That special big picture that Forrest was going to make happen. That's what this is about. Precisely, Forrest said 825. I got 8.23 with GPS. Cool, but Forrest didn't say 8.25. People made it 8.25 by changing his chains and his links, which are precise information in regard to what this was about. People changed it to 8.25. Maybe that was the nearest they could get to whatever chains and links Forrest gave us, or rods. If they challenge F, I did, you will benefit. AI will fail the truth. Yeah, well, no, I think AI will prove the true solve and the true story. I think the problem is they're not being given the true solve and the true story to know what the answer is. They are only be given limited information and basing the answer on that limited information. I could probably put a screenshot of my information into the AI and it'll tell me I'm correct. Absolutely it will. I will put the screenshot of information from the poem, and ask them, is that a solve to the Forrest Fenn poem? And they'll say, yeah, 100%. Because that's the only information they've got to go on. Yeah, and it has a solve. But if I was to put Bill's information, Five Loose information, and Trusty's information, the Street's information, Barbara's information, Dave Man from the East information, blah, 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 it might not give me the same answer. Or it might still give me the same answer. Hang on a minute. You're right there, Trusted. I don't know how to take that. He's definitely right, but where the hell have you been for 6 years, Joe? It's not Joe, it's Bill. Maybe the will, maybe just their soul. Yeah, it's too late to adjust anything or change anything. This was over and done with ages ago. There's something that's gonna, and the chase will happen. Forrest will be proven. I don't know the words that will be enough as to what was done. And I will tell the truth. I'm not saying how I would tell any lies. I'm saying if you don't put in all the information, how can it give you the answer? He said do not mess with the phone. I don't mess with it. All those words are exactly where they should be. It still says, as I have gone alone in there with my treasures bold, I keep my secret away and hint of riches new and old. And I don't need to colour those things in. I can read those things. So it's not messing with it at all. There is no crack. There is no punctuation, which is what Forrest said. Won't help you. So don't have it. It's one foot on top of the other. Those squares that you talk about in the poem. How many squares in the book? Didn't count them, did you? You just said the bullet points because it suits you. Look at the squares in the book, count them. Proof of failure. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not about us. Bill, you're not listening to a single word. Not a single word. It does not matter. Read my lips. It does not matter if I solved it. It does not matter if you solved it, or Five Leaf solved it, or Street solved it, or Dave solved it, or Davey solved it, or Barbara solved it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This will still end when something ends it, and it will be about Forrest Fenn. And all your blustering, anybody who's saying that they're the solver, all of that will just make you look foolish. It's not about you. It doesn't matter that you solved it or not. It doesn't matter that Five Leaf solved it. It doesn't matter that I solved it. It doesn't matter that anybody solved it. This will go on without the solver. What will happen when you're gone, Forrest? Well, the chase will go on until something ends it. Not somebody finding a chest. He didn't say, oh, well, when I'm gone, whoever finds a chest will know what to do. He didn't say that. Didn't say that. He said something ends it. So there's a plan in place that when something happens, this is over. It doesn't matter that we failed. I'm not going to argue with you because I can't say you're right or wrong. Oh, yeah, I don't know. If we did it wrong, I don't know what they're worried about because obviously they're right. But at the end of the day, exactly, who cares? It doesn't matter 5. No, don't put me in that group. So you're not listening to me. I've not said you're wrong. I'm saying I don't think it is that. I've said you're right. It's in the poem. I can see gasoline and mentor and all those things that you talk about, the oxygen, the hydrogen. But that hydrogen and the oxygen refer to something in the chase that's part of the story that is real, that will happen, that will take effect. And I could give you that information now, and when it comes through, you say, oh yeah, Mary told us about that. But then it would ruin everything. And I'm not going to ruin things. This is about Forrest Fenn. It's not about a chest. It's about making something happen and everyone winning. But Five Leaf, for you especially, remember those words, the hydrogen and that, and I will show you a point in time that has gone already. It's gone past now. I shall show you a point in time where that was relevant information in the chase, and I think I may have talked about it. You will understand that. That happening a year or two ago, same thing will happen in a couple of years. Not the same thing because it was talking about what happened then, but that will be involved. That information about the hydrogen, the oxygen, that will be involved. Same process will take place in a couple of years. And something happened a year or two ago that was important news. And if you knew it was important to the chase, you would understand what it was. His money won't run out. His money won't run out. just the fact that Forrest said, if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure. So what you're saying is, Bill, Street, Barbara, anyone, what you're saying is, Forrest wants you to be a failure. He wants to give you more than $50. And he wants you to be a failure. Of course he doesn't. So you have to understand what that statement's all about. And you will know that he doesn't want you to be a failure. And it's not about finding the chest, and it's not about us. Yeah, Bill just gets a little bit upset. He thinks that everybody's against him, but, no. If you consistently claim that you're the solver, consistently badmouth other people for not listening to you, then at some point they're going to get pissed and they're going to react. Or they're going to say something and you're going to take it the wrong way. Nobody here is against you, Bill. No, I'm not against Five Leaf. I'm not against Trusted. I'm not against anybody in here. I'm just saying Forrest has got this covered, and you solving the poem makes no difference to it. Makes no difference to it. It doesn't. And the chase hasn't ended. So therefore you're not getting nothing. Till it ends, you won't be getting anything if you're the solver. But if you were the solver, you would know that, and you wouldn't be shouting and screaming and saying that you are the solver. Because it hasn't finished. You don't get your medal until you finish the race, and the race hasn't finished. It may be close, you may be in the final stretch. The only trouble is, it's not dependent on you. The race is being run by someone else. I'd like the story to be about a man spending his money to look good. Well, it could be making his money to look good. Yes, Child could not do a cipher. I know. It's not worth explaining all these things because they've already been said. It just, people won't believe you. Davey, are you Chase Inc? I was like, yeah, I could not do a cipher as a child. I could do as well. But... you'd have to understand that thing as well. No, like I say, it's not worth arguing with people because they won't listen. They just think they're correct, and that that's what it is. And I don't mind that. I don't care about the solve. I care about the happening, the making it happen. No, Davey's not chasing. He wouldn't be chasing. That's what I was laughing at. Davey's Davey. If he was gonna use the name, he wouldn't. He wouldn't use Chasing because the name, I don't think. He might use Solver. I'm only joking, Davey. I entered the chase to find and help Forrest. I'm not part of the chase as far. No, I think, and it seems like nobody is. It's just everyone's being accused of it because I can't see that Forrest would allow people to say and do the things that they're doing if they're part of the chase. I can understand, the chaos needed, but some of the stuff that's being said is just like, I think, we need to save Chase Inc. for some of the high-profile players. Well, foul you or fool you. Almost like you meant to say foul you. Well, Chase Inc. said that they would be telling us, the answers. And Hooley asked when, but they never responded to that. They can't respond to that answer. I'm not Chase Inc. either, but I don't think people understand that there's something that ends the chase is something that is out of people's control. And whilst you can try to predict when that something will happen, it's not possible. You know, it will happen, and when it happens, everyone will know. Then, you know, too late smoking. Why don't you just call him Bill? Why are you calling him Smoking Joe? He's got a cigarette. I don't think it's a gun. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. It's bloody hell. It's 20 to 8 in the morning. I've gone through the night. That's you people trying to bloody get me to say stuff that I shouldn't say and telling me that you're the only answers that could possibly be. Okay, I'll play the game if you want me to be chasing. I'll unveil all the racing. Who's Smoking Joe? Yeah, probably. Uh-oh, retracting him now. Anyway, I appreciate you all for coming in. Like I say, this was just really supposed to be about telling you about the video that's coming out. And it should be interesting. It's in the poem. I don't know what, you know, what reason. I haven't looked to find out the reason. It does say other stuff in there. Like I say, I don't really want to upset people by reading it out, but it does say I should read it. Or no, it said they must be shown this. You know, I just think Forrest making it happen is the important thing. And the souls, whilst, you know, important to the individual, they're not important to the chase. And it doesn't matter if you're correct or incorrect, if everybody's a winner. And it's not about the chest. You're not getting the chest. You're not getting, you know, those jewels. They're going to the Smithsonian. So you're only going to get the top to the gold that Forrest promised you. You know, to me, that's okay. And like I said, you know, even if it's a cup of tea, because that's what, you know, gold is. And Forrest said, you know, he'd like to sit down with whoever it was and, you know, have a chat, otherwise it gets abstract. Oh, what do you mean you're done with this nonsense? What nonsense? Well, whoever was behind the username Chase Inc. said my wife was sick, but she's not. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't realise they would say that. But she's not. Well, if somebody said that, they must know you, Nia. I don't think Dave knows you well enough to do that. I don't know you well enough to do that. If somebody's saying that, it's got to be somebody that you know. You know, I can't say that I don't think it's anyone in chat because I don't know. I don't know who you know and I don't know who they are. Cheers, Lulybell. I'm definitely going. Thank you for, you know, being here. My friends don't think I'm normal. You know, when you tell them you're looking, you know, looking for treasure in America, they look at you funny. When it's been found, they look at you even more funny. When the person who did it is supposed to be dead, they look at you even more funny. So they don't think I'm normal. No, it definitely wasn't Davey. Like I say, it has to be somebody that knows you. I don't think. No, he said there was a chest in the Rocky Mountains, which could be empty, and not telling you the answer to that because the something that ends the chase hasn't ended. So you're going to get title to the gold, which is what it said in the poem. So instead of trying to accuse Forrest of being a liar, maybe just wait until the something ends the chase that Forrest said would be the case. Forrest making it happen, which Forrest was aiming for, and he gets that memory, that place that he's never been. So once he gets that, that is something that ends the chase, and you will know whether you will get title to the gold. Now that could be, the cup of tea, or it could be $1 billion, it could be, 50 cents, I don't know. Well, roughly. But I do know he said, if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you are a failure. So what was he talking about? I wish I could tell you, Five, what is planned. But I think, when you find out, you'll be happy enough. I seriously do. Fenn didn't need chasing. I don't know who Chase Inc. is, but they said that they would tell. Hooley said when. I think Hooley, is part of something, probably got more information than most. And, and that's believable, Neo. But the whole point is two can keep a secret if one of them is quiet or silent or dead. So there has to be two people. There has to be the person that you see and the person that you don't see. But out of that person that you see and the person that you don't see, there are two hairs that are going to prove who the person that you see and who the person that you don't see are. Because that was a statement by Forrest. Prove who the fool was who abandoned this treasure. Now, you add that, there's two hairs, two people. You add that to everything else that Forrest said. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? Not the treasure that I've told you about, the treasure that I haven't told you about. And everybody in that meeting said no, they don't know about the secret treasure. And he said, good. Then he said, in the book, was it treasure and outrageous dare? Two things. Treasure and outrageous dare. Well, which is what? What's what? There are two things that he was talking about. An outrageous dare, and then what you thought you were looking for. But you assumed that both were the same. Well, what if there are two different things? So there might only be one chest, in the sense that it's the chest that goes to whatever, and there might be that chest that was in the Thrill of the Chase book, which was not the chest that was talked about. Didn't have all the diamonds, emeralds, pearls, Ceylon sapphires, all those things in it. But it was the chest that was in the Thrill of the Chase book, which is what Jack asked Forrest. So that was specific information, specifically designed to separate the chest of gold from the chest that was talked about with the Ceylon sapphires and everything in it. So the chase had to play out. We're halfway down the poem, and then the rest of it has to play out. Now, it could have ended a year ago, 2 years ago. Looks like it's going to end soon, but it's dependent on the something. So Forrest can't be blamed for why the something hasn't happened. Shiloh can't be blamed for the something that hasn't happened, because it will happen when it happens. And it can't be, it's out of their control. It's certainly out of my control, certainly out of your control. So we wait. And that's what we're told. Peggy will be waiting. Treasure will be waiting. That's what we were told. And that's what we do. Until the something ends it, and then everyone will know. And if you are the person that has done this wonderful thing that Forrest has talked about, you will get title to the gold. But like I say, this is about Forrest making it happen. It's not about finding the chest. That's irrelevant. But somebody did give Forrest the answer, and they will get, the reward they deserve, in my opinion. Obviously, Davey thinks the same thing, but he might put it differently than me. Thank you, INFJ. It's taken me a long time to say nothing because, I don't know, I was only going to be a little while, and now it's 10 to 8 in the morning here, so I've gone for the night. Are you Ben? Say the secret word, doff the secret. I appreciate all that you do, to be fair, INFJ. Will they tell Solver? Ben shared Ross ranting about the closest to Copa and others, but I discussed that earlier, 5. The information that I'm supposed to put out, or whoever the solver is, who finds the information in the poem, talks about the security person that Indy was talking about. And Ben went off on one because he said Forrest would not give such precise information. But that's exactly what he has to do because it's pre-written in the poem. So it has to be word for word in the poem that he talks about. And the fallout was over whether it was security, find the security person on find Trump security find the person on the Trump security detail. Find the person on the Trump security detail. And goes on to talk about that being the 200-footer and talking about him being honest. This is Forrest, whoever wrote the poem, being honest, and that I should tell everyone. And in that is the word doctor, which is why it changed from the Trump security person to find the doctor, find the treasure. There's 2 different, I call them pages. So you find information, then you turn it over, start blank again, and write again. So one's talking about a security person, which is the 200-footer, which Forrest is saying, I'm being honest, Mario, you need to tell people, blah, blah, blah. And one's talking about the doctor. That's in the poem. I'm not lying. It's in the poem. And I could tell people about it, but nobody wants to listen, so I didn't. The reason I came on today was because this information that it says tell has actually come out into the public arena and has a specific date. And if I didn't do it, my belief in Forrest would be questioned, because I believe that Forrest wrote the poem. I believe that what he says is truthful. So if you're saying that I need to tell people about this video that's being streamed January 2024, and that's going to happen, then I need to tell you it because it's told me to tell everyone. But there's been other stuff that it's told me to tell, which I have told, the lawyer's office, the 3 words from Ryan Bavetta, far too soon for Bam. When Capro and Cynthia walked along the Madison to the Flat Island and to the Totem Cafe, Powerball lottery, all that information is in the poem and gives information to, basically tell people or tell everyone this information exists. So while I've told people some of it, I haven't said everything. I don't want to upset you, 5, but it says that in the poem, it says it's not the answer. That's what it says. And it says, I could show you, but it says 5-leaf must be shown this. Also says Troy, also says Fendi, also says Bear, Indy, Otak, everybody. And then it has whatever information relates to them, as opposed, your information is about the cipher. So it'll read about you and then read about the cipher. Troy's information will be about Try the Wheel. Street's information will be about There in Thought. And such trusted information will have sonnets and private flipping land. 2 different solves. As far as I know, it looks like 2 different solves. Bill and his high hand. Dave, Man from the East, and his Kent and Esther, and so on. They're in the poem. And I can read about people and read about their soul. And it tells me to, basically, you must be shown this, and then the information that relates to that. And I could do that, but I don't see that it's relevant, because I don't think the souls, it seems like I'm going against Forrest in that I won't tell people, but I don't see that there's any need for that. I know it proves the poem, but you can prove the poem when the chase is over and the answers are out. And I don't think then there's any need. If you wanted me to, if it was over and you came to me 5 Leaf and said, well, what does it say about the cipher then if this isn't the solve? I'll show you what it says. But I don't think there's any need to tell anybody about it now, other than your answers are in the poem. They're in the poem. And they're all in the same place. But you have to understand, don't have to understand, but if you know what the solution is, you'll know why you have to agree that it's found in Wyoming, because that's where it was. Not, that's where it was on the map. If you look on the map, you will find it, and it won't be where you're looking. So you won't find the chest where you're looking or whatever. It's because whilst it's there, it's somewhere else as well. That lead search came about in Moby Dickens' interview when FF talked about the man that was searching with a woman. So we coined the term lead searcher. Oh, cheers for that, Tigger. Yeah, and Forrest said that. A man, he thinks a man was closest, but he feels a woman was with him. Oh, you're fortunate to have her. I don't know who that is. But, yep, probably is. 166 words, and he mentions 300,000 searches is amazing. Well, he probably got 300,000 solves in that poem. I need some more drops. Moisturize, woohoo! How you doing? Anyway, I'm going. It's, 8 o'clock in the morning here. Daylight. Can't believe I went through the night. Trying to not convince people they're wrong, convince them they're right, but convince them it has nothing to do with the, making it happen from Forrest Fenn. Doesn't matter. It does not matter. There could be 300,000 people that are right. It don't matter. It does not matter. Forrest will make it happen. When something ends the chase, you'll all know what that something is. And whoever deserves title to the gold will get title to the gold. And nobody will have any complaints because you will understand the answers. You'll understand them. I don't think it needs any explaining, but, it can be explained if you want to. 9 Mile Hole can be explained. GPS can be explained. All the other silly stuff that's been done can be explained because it's in the poem. It was meant to take place because it's in the poem. Forrest was going to affect the future. He told us about it in the poem, and it happened in the poem. Either one of 2 ways. Forrest saw it was going to happen and put it in the poem, or he wrote the poem, found this information in the poem, and then made it happen in the way that the poem says it's going to happen. The only thing that's wrong with that is my name's in there, your names are in there, Powerball's in there, the person who said the Powerball, the reason it was delayed, how much it was. Forrest couldn't have made that happen. So it's like, I don't know what it's like. It's just crazy. But it's factual fakery. It's real. It's in the poem. These things that are said to have taken place take place in the poem. And Forrest said, nothing is as it seems. So basically, you're living in the virtual chase, and you have to understand why there are fake paintings, why his costs making a profit, why there's a dead dog on a bridge, blah, blah, blah. You have to, not have to understand it, but you will understand it if you know what this is all about. You'll understand it. And when the answers come out, you'll understand why it was all done. It wasn't done to fool anyone. It was done to make everyone a winner and, help, what was going to help the world, I suppose. Wheel With It podcast, Treasure Hunting Tales, interview, people. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. And I suggest you all watch it. Not because I know I know what's in it, but not because I know why you should all watch it. Only that I don't think it would be in the poem if it was a whole load of nothing. I think there'll be something in there that, helps people in some way. But thanks for putting that in, Tigger. That's what this was about. This is a real event that's going to take place on the 15th of the 1st, 2024. All that information that you see there is in the poem. And also, doing a video, will be streaming on or in January 2024. Oh no, good Charlie. No, thank you. You put that out. Fake solvers, 2 for $10. Get your fake solvers. Yeah, I think me and David come as a pair, so you get 2 for $10. You get both of us. I'll take that though. But remember, if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure. If your solve doesn't have that in it, I can't believe that it's correct. You have to know why that makes sense. It's on YouTube, yes. It'll be on how many weeks? Well, 11 days, I suppose. But it's on at 7 p.m., my 7 p.m. So for you, it'll be like dinner time, 12 o'clock-ish. So you'll have to make a special point to either watch it or record it so you can watch it or whatever. Yeah, there is that. I don't have that much money in my pocket, but he's talking about, it's an important statement. There's a reason why that means a lot to Forrest, that statement. Yeah, I've got nothing against nobody. Not you, Five Leaf, not Bill, not Dave, Man from the East, not Barbara, not Street, not Fendi, not, no one. There are some people that I am more friendly with than others, only because, I hardly ever talk to them. But this is about a community that should get together for the sake of one person who's trying to make everybody win. That's it. That's exactly it. There's one person that's trying to make everybody a winner, and this community should get behind that person and not be, all about just them. This is about everybody. I don't just mean in the community, I mean everybody. Well, I'm going to go now, if that's the case, because I don't want to hear the rest of it. And plus, 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm not going to get much sleep at all. So thank you all for watching. Again, this is not meant to tell everybody they're wrong, but that Forrest is going to make this happen. It's as simple as that. Forrest is going to make this happen, and when it happens, when there's something that ends the chase, ends it, you'll know. And if you're entitled to anything, you'll be given it, because I'm pretty certain that Forrest is, true to his word. So you don't need to do any of that. Yep, me, I have to bounce as well. COI is bounce. That's another thing Forrest said in the book. Thanks, Trusted. Good night. Good night. Good night, Davey B. Good night, Five Leaf. Good night, Tigger. Are they the only ones left? I know there's 20. There's a lot of silent people. I thank you all for being here anyway. Thank you for the 5 likes. Listen, Alexa. Oh dear. Thanks, Tigger. Thanks, everybody. Ciao for now. Get some sleep. Davey, I'm going to get some sleep. I don't know what time we'll be talking. Your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ciao for now. Take care, everyone.